The following program is for adult audiences only. The following program is for adult audiences only.
Just know that I was there for you. Burning, I'm burning. My soul inside is burning. I'm searching for a way back home to you. I told the stars your name. Can you hear me calling up? Hear me calling up. Oh, I told the stars your name. Can you hear me calling up? Hear me calling up. Just know that I was there for you. Burning, I'm burning. My soul inside is burning. I'm searching for a way back home to you. I told the stars your name. Can you hear me calling up? Hear me calling up. Oh, I told the stars your name. Can you hear me calling up? Hear me calling out now. Days without water along the sun-soaked road. We crossed over borders to get where we are, and it's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. I did it all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. Nights without sleeping, 'cause you fear the night. And days without eating, 'cause it ain't enough for two. And it's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. I did it all for you. It's 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 all for you. I did it all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for you.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixin and Chillin with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic day out there. What a beautiful time for us to be able to go and enjoy ourselves and get together, shoot the breeze, bitch about all these ridiculous bans and legislations and regulations. And just like the thumbnail says, these disposable bans are doing nothing but screwing the pooch to our parents. I mean, think about it. We can make do with stuff. You know, we can get, rebuildables. We got pod tanks and pod systems to go to. But imagine Granny walking into a store and they're like, hey, man, the pods are banned. So let me sell you this mod and tank, and let me sell me this e-liquid to go with it. You know, you can put this e-liquid and you fill it up, and it'll save you a whole bunch of money because, you only have to buy the coils in this, and you could save yourself in that $5 you're spending every day on a disposable. Well, once a week, you just spend $5 on a coil and, the juice that's going to last you all week. We can get you a bottle of juice for $5 last all week. So essentially for 2 days worth of vaping, now, you're saving yourself some money. And Granny's looking at this thing going,
what the fuck is that?
what the? No. I want my little disposable. Okay. You don't need a big modern tank. We got a pod system here. You just fill the pod up. She's like, where do you fill this thing up at? I'm supposed to open that little rubber bung? What? Oh, well, if that's not good enough for you, we got sealed pods. You just have to buy the pods. How much does that cost? A tenner. How long is it going to last me? Oh, about a day. My disposable, I don't have to do anything to, and it lasts me a day, and I just buy a new one when it goes bad. Now I got to buy pods and this thing? Well, what do I do with this thing? Oh, you got to charge that. When's it die? Oh, it depends on how much you use it. So what do I do whenever it dies? How can I use it while it's dead and charging? Oh, well, you can buy another one.
Yep.
That's all it's about.
Oh,
Profit.
yes.
Profit. More profit. And more black market. Because guess what? Granny's going to say, listen, I know John down the street. He sells everything, man. I could get loose leaf tobacco from him. I could get black market cigarettes from him. He sells cannabis. I mean, I'm sure he's going to have disposable vapes for sale. And guess what? Yeah. The black market's happy to supply whatever anybody wants. So instead of buying this for $5, it's going to cost you $10, and you could Jew them down to $8, maybe $7 if you're a good negotiator. I mean, come on. There's a percentage of the population, we hate to admit it and we hardly ever talk about it, but there's a percentage of the population, it's usually the older folks that are on fixed incomes on a retirement that are, they swap their cigarettes for this. Now, they don't have to mess with it. They don't have to learn anything. There's no Ohm's law. There's no coils to worry about. Here in the States, this thing will last you a week or a month, depending on how much you use it. You just plug it into the same charger you plug your phone into. So once a day, you plug it in just to make sure that you never run totally out of it. But it is what it is. So, long and the short of it is, everybody's going to be okay. But this is doing nothing to protect the kids. All this is doing is hurting the kids in the long run, especially in the really long run. We'll talk about that too. But the market's going to adapt. Legitimate companies, big companies are going to be putting out, we talked about it last week, you're going to get the sealed pod and then you'll have a removable battery, so it's not an environmental hazard. So the market's going to adapt. But the little companies that are shoving these out the door because it's an easy way to make a lot of money, they're panicking, and they're going to panic. You got 6 months to comply with the new law once it actually goes in. But
yeah,
it's the usual, week on week, we've always got something coming up. And here in the United States, the FDA is continually marching on with their prohibition, and now they're going to start fining shops. That's the big thing. That's the big press release that came out today. FDA advisory. Received complaints for violations of selling unauthorized products. And we're going after the Escobar. Anybody that sells Escobar, that's who we're going after, because that's what the kids said they use the most. Forget about the fact that there was only 1.9% of the kids that were actually vaping that did it every day. Forget about that. That's irrelevant. We're going to put these people out of business, and we're going to fine them because we sent them a letter and they said, kiss off. Over my dead body am I going to stop selling these. So now they're going to fine them out of existence. $20,000 for selling Escobars.
Yeah, legit, or out the back door. That's where they'll end up.
Ian Thomas, hello and welcome. Space Turtle 1, hello and welcome. Hi. Leo Berry, hello and welcome. Billy Lee Rice. Wonderful to have all you guys here today. I've got a bunch of stuff to rant about. And I was telling Kenny, one of my suggestions on YouTube was to check out this girl. in her channel. It wasn't even talking about vaping. It was talking about my cigarette and addiction and how I'm not addicted to cigarettes because I only smoke one a day. So I'm like, okay, let me watch this. Her entire channel, which has less videos on it than Kenny's channel and less videos on it than my channel, has got 68,000 followers. It's fully monetized. And we're going to see what kind of mid-roll ads they're going to give to us. Last time I watched it, they gave us that foom. It's that wooden stick that's got flavorings in it that are just scented air. Supposed to help you quit smoking. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Goes to show
Right.
you're doing something wrong.
And our retro vape before you today, because there's always a way to, get around the laws. This is not a banned product in the UK. Made by Sigelei. It's the Etiny. The whole box with the mod and tank in it. It's smaller than a bottle of juice.
Wow.
Is that what they're going to go after next year when they realize this prohibition didn't work and all it did was create a thriving black market bigger than what was the year before? I don't know. But we'll take a look at that today as our retro vape. I bought that thing 3 years ago. Hopefully the battery that's in it is got enough of a charge to actually work.
Have you got your little OBS handy?
Yes, I do. Right behind me, we're going to do that. We're going to do a beautiful unboxing of the OBS.
It's not rebuildable, mate. It's a stock coiler, so it's a nice, easy, simple one to do. You don't have to build. You don't have to twiddle. I mean,
fantastic. Nice, looking forward to it. I got a beautiful OBS mod I can pair it up with, too. If I remember where I put it. Oh, there it is right there.
It did come with the Cube Mini kit, but obviously then they started selling the tank set.
Yeah. So we've got that as part of our retro vape. Going to have a little bit of alcohol today. Not a lot because, well, the wife and I have a spontaneous little date to go to tonight. One of the people that was she was cutting hair out yesterday, said, "Hey, man, have you ever seen My Fair Lady?" She's like, "No, what's My Fair Lady?" She's like, "Well, Rogers and Hammerstein, South Pacific, and all that, musicals and stuff." She's like, "Well, yeah, I know my daughter really loves that stuff." She's like, "That sounds interesting." So we're gonna cover that today. I'm going to My Fair Lady down at the Benedum Center with the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust. Yeah. So I can't be drinking a whole lot because I drove the old lady to work this morning and, came home and got everything ready for the stream. And then as soon as we get done with our stream, I got to make something real quick to eat, a little snack, because it's a 3-hour show. Classic. People our age and the people before us, they never had these, 30-second programs that they just keep swiping through. We wanted real stuff, man. Movies in our day when we were growing up, 2.5, 3 hours, easy. Nowadays, some of the movies you go to the theater for aren't even an hour and a half long. What?
Ben-Hur, that was a long one.
Yeah.
The longest film they've ever made. Bloody hell.
Imagine the budget if that had to be made today.
You went into watch that as a 21-year-old. You came out 25 years old. Long film, good film, but long.
But it made classic actors. Charlton Heston, all those ones from back in the day.
Oh, definitely.
Kids nowadays don't have any appreciation of that kind of stuff, let alone a cultural upbringing, classical music.
Oh, what?
That's what I used to do when I first started college. I would put classical music on playing in the background while I was actually, reading and doing my homework.
We did, mate. We did. A little bit of background music.
Albin and Morpheus, hello and welcome to the stream.
Oh, Lawrence of Arabia. Oh, yeah, that was a good one and all. That was a long one.
There's a ton of classics. My daughter still loves watching The Sound of Music. Just out of the blue, every once in a while, she's like, "Hey, Hey, mind if I pick something? I'm like, no, go ahead. Goes Amazon. It's on music. Well, at least she has some appreciation for the classics. Love it.
I think my love just watched the old Disneys. That's about it.
She had a phase where she watched all of them. Matter of fact, I had all of them on VHS a long time ago when they were growing up and stuff. They wore a couple of those tapes out. The rest of them just got sold off at garage sales when they quit watching them. Everything went to DVD, and then it went to streaming, and it's like... And here I find out some of these ones that I sold at the garage sale for like $5, they're worth buku bucks now.
Exactly. Damn,
who would have thought? People don't even have VCRs anymore. But they do have VCR collections.
Oh, yeah.
Big Disney fans.
Surprising. You'd be very surprised. There's always a
So there's our lovely setup for today. And obviously we're going to do all the advocacy that we can possibly muster to get out there, because I'm telling you guys need the UK need to stand up and put some resistance against what's going on right now, because if you don't, see, this is like the crowbar. They just shoved the crowbar in there and they're picking on the easiest thing to pick on right now, which are these disposables, because the vapors hate them. Everybody's going to be like, I'm not going to oppose this. Why would I oppose that? You think they're going to stop if they get these banned? What are they coming after next? That's my question in the back of my mind. Is it going to be pod systems next? Is it going to be modern tanks next? Or are they going to take the flavor ban that they're going to put onto these disposables, which are not going to be banned, put flavor restrictions on pod devices? Or is it going to be flavor restrictions on all vaping products? Because it's attractive to kids. Oh no, we got to protect the children. Our poor helpless little Timmy over here that never listens and never follows the rules. We're going to screw all the adults over just to make sure that Timmy doesn't do what Timmy's not supposed to do. Back in my day, Mom and Pop would just give me a good backhand. What did you say? Yeah. Did you not listen to me when I told you you weren't allowed to go and do that? Oh, that's child abuse. You can't do that.
When we used to get a hiding, one thing you never used to see when you were getting a hiding, I'll never do it again, because I've got your extra hits.
I'm gonna make sure of that.
They don't know, man, do they? They just don't know.
Oh, man, our parents are like, listen, you're going to learn your lesson, and I'm going to make sure I teach it to you. Looks bad on me if you're misbehaving and not doing what you're supposed to do.
Discipline. That's the magic word, mate. Discipline. There's none of it now.
No. And there's no actual punishment for stuff. They're giving rewards out to people just for competing in the contest. Doesn't matter where they place anymore. It's irrelevant. Doesn't matter that you were first, second, or third. You were 23rd. You competed. Congratulations. Here's your what? Here's your medal, and here's your award.
Yeah.
We got some stuff in the dad joke section that reinforces this about what you do as a child does influence the rest of your life, and there are critical things that are just brushed to the side, and it's obvious later on in life what somebody didn't do when they were a kid. And so it's not exclusively focused on vaping and harm reduction, cigarettes, and all this other stuff. We're going to do a little Russell Brand deep dive and find out what he's talking about. World Economic Forum, 666, devils in the logo for the World Economic Forum. And it's funny how, during this presentation, they specifically say something multiple times. And then there's a big pop-up on the bottom that YouTube wants to correct the misinformation and say, oh, it's just a hoax. That's not real. Meanwhile, the whole meeting was there, and at the meeting they said it, so it's a hoax, even though they said it at the meeting. Sure, that makes sense. Got it. Thank you.
It's not April the 1st by any chance. No, it's not.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
Wow.
All right, time to jump in the news. Oh my goodness, disposable vapes banned to protect children's health. Oh, I'm so glad that the government is parenting our children nowadays. One more thing off of our plates. Oh, thank goodness. What would we do if we didn't have the government to parent our kids?
Maybe well
Wow.
knackered, mate. Well knackered.
Well, let's see. What are they going to do to protect our children? This is going to be great. Ban on disposable vapes, which have driven alarming rise in youth vaping. Don't you mean ban on disposable vapes, which have driven an alarming decline in cigarette smoking? We can't have that. The World Economic Forum and all these people and all these corporations are losing their ass because they heavily invested in cigarettes knowing that there's laws in place to prevent them from ever going away. It's against the law in the United States to ban cigarettes. You know that?
Probably the same here.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It kills half of all users if used as directed, but it's against the law to ban it. That makes a lot of sense. What else are they going to do? New powers to restrict vape flavors.
That's what puts it out in my mind. Ban on disposable vapes. Well, they're banning them, and then on the next sentence they're talking about restricting them, as in flavors and plain packaging. So where we're going with it, it's confusing. Where we're going with it. If you're going to ban them, it means they're not allowed. You can't buy them. You can't have them. But then on the next sentence they're saying they're going to packaging and flavors on them. What?
Restrict vape flavors. What? On what? Well, we haven't told you that part because we don't want you to get upset. We don't want you to know whether it's just going to be on the pod system liquids, anything over 10 milligram is going to be mint, menthol, and tobacco. What? What restriction on vape flavors are you talking about? Is this an all-out flavor ban? All we're going to have left is tobacco, mint, and menthol? Everybody's like, nah, that ain't going to happen in the UK. It's not possible. Well, we don't know because they haven't said it. And what else are they doing? Oh, plain packaging. Because that works so well for cigarettes. Man, that really stopped a lot of smokers, huh?
Yeah.
But here's the part that nobody's talking about. Right here. You see that? This new law will make it illegal to sell tobacco products to anyone born on or after 1 January 2009, delivering on the Prime Minister's pledge to create a smoke-free generation. Well, are they going to ban cigarettes? Or are they banning this because it's a tobacco product?
Mm-hmm.
And this is a tobacco product. And well, Ohm Life. That's a vape battery, so that's a tobacco product. Is this banned now? Imagine what it's going to be, 44 years down the road. You're 40 years old. You walk into a corner shop and go, hey, man, I'd like to see those pack of cigarettes. Sure, let me see your ID. Oh, here's my ID. Oh, no, you're underage. You're not allowed to buy these. Should have been born 6 months earlier. What?
Yeah. You were born up to 2009, mate. You fuck. Sorry.
Imagine if your birthday is January 1, 2009.
What hour? If you were born after midnight, mate, you fucked.
You shouldn't have put up so much of a fight to get out of mom when you were born. And you could have
just come out a little earlier.
enjoyed this. And for me, the reason why I still use nicotine in this is because of the health benefits I get from the therapeutic consumption of that over-the-counter nature's wonder drug, right? These people aren't going to be allowed to do that.
Nope.
And it's amazing how tobacco control completely ignores the fact that, well, why do people start smoking and start using vapes in the first place? And then you look at what are the therapeutic benefits of nicotine and go, oh, ADHD, helps with anxiety and depression. And there's a whole host of things, hundreds of things that could potentially be beneficial consumption of it. You could eat, 5 pounds of tomatoes every day, get your nicotine that way. Or you just pick up a little device that lets you consume it naturally.
I wouldn't like to eat 5 pounds of tomatoes. Like, fuck that. Or tomatoes, as we say.
Tomato, potato, patata. You can have it either way. But this really cracked me up, and I'm the kind of person, I'm like, okay, they mention it in their flavor ban, so let me see how many times they mention flavors. 7 times. As a part of today's package, new powers. Let me blow that up so you can see it. New powers will be introduced to restrict flavors, which are specifically marketed at children. Because adults don't like the same thing kids like. No. That's a logical fallacy. Put that out of your mind. It's not true. Ensure the manufacturers introduce plainer, less visibly appealing packaging. What? What the hell does the box have anything to do with kids? It's against the law for them to buy it. So who cares what the box looks like? I mean, I understand if they didn't want the packaging to have, cartoon characters like the, Pippa or whatever the kids watch nowadays. Back in our day with Sesame Street. Peppa with the pig.
The idea I'm getting behind it. The early this early shit, the idea I'm getting behind it is they're doing it on the disposable vapes. Well, that's my point. How can you ban flavors on a disposable vape if you're banning the actual device? So that's the confusing part. And like I say, it's shops, high street shops that are selling the disposable vapes. So how can they then say flavors on e-liquids and everything when very few shops, unless it's a vape shop, actually sell e-liquids? There's very
That's
few
because,
shops
mate, people do not want to believe this is actually happening in the UK. These flavor restrictions are not going to be just limited to disposable products because the disposable products are already off the list. It's banned. So now they're actually going after e-liquids, and they're going to look at the e-liquid label, and now it's become subjective, saying, is that attractive to kids? Do kids like banana split?
But that's my point. You don't see that in normal shops. You only see that in vape shops. Your normal high street shop doesn't sell liquids like that. So how are they going to be appealing to children if the children can't see them in the shops?
Well, if the high street shops, can't sell these because they're banned. What are they going to do with that shelf space when they remove all these?
I don't think it'll be stocking juice.
Well, how they're not going to, if they have pod systems for sale, pod systems don't come with juice.
I know, but I think the market will evolve. I think the disposable would change to a sealed pod system where they might sell sealed pods.
And for a sealed pod system, I could see them limiting that to tobacco, mint, and menthol like they did in New Zealand.
That's where I'm thinking it would head once that's done.
But I wouldn't put it past anything. Do you trust politicians? Or do you think they're a bunch of tossers?
No, but the way it's like to see the way they're doing it, like we said before, they're shooting themselves in the foot, because if you're banning something that is successfully stopping adults from smoking and you want your country to be smoke free by 2030 fucking whatever, why would you ban something that's stopping people smoking? There's too much.
Because it attracts the children. We don't want the children picking it up. We want adults to quit, but we want them.
I know what you're saying, but it's more. It's not banning. It's regulation. It's as simple as that. You may know that these kids are getting, I'd say, about 90% of their vape products from your little corner shop. They're not getting them from a high street shop. They're not getting them from a garage or a petrol station, because you've actually got to be 18 to buy petrol now, by the way. So you can't just walk into and fill your motorbike up. You know what I mean? You've got to be
Oh, really?
to buy petrol. Well, yeah.
You're not allowed to drive at 16?
17.
Well, here in the States, it's 16. You got to get adult to sign off on it and the whole 9 yards. But 16-year-olds can get their license.
And the only thing you can drive as a 16-year-old is a moped, like a little 50cc rev and go thing.
Well, how are you supposed to fill it up if you got to be 18 to purchase the fuel to put in it?
I'll stand corrected. You can't go and fill a petrol can up. You can't buy fuel separate. I'll stand corrected. Obviously, you can't.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
But it's the corner shops that are supplying the kids with. It's like I say, I don't think the petrol stations are, because they're pretty rigid and they're camera to fuck anyway, even on the staff. So if the staff were selling, they'll get caught. Simple as. I think it's the corner shops. That's the culprits. That's where they're getting them.
Listen, mate, that's the reason we are on the show, because we have different ways of looking at things, right? I'm a pessimist. I've been down this road now since I first started vaping, and all I see are bad reactions from government, and the laws don't make any sense whatsoever, and they always go overboard on shit. You've lived in the UK where they've promoted it and they continue to use it, and they have swap to stop program to get people convinced, listen, give up your stinkies, give up your fags, go out and buy this vape and try this and use that instead of cigging, your ciggies. But I wouldn't put it past them, man. This is bad. This is all bad.
Yeah. I'm still kind of on the fence just to see where things are heading. I don't think it's panic stations yet. It's going to take them a year to get rid of these. But I do think that all the advocates should be now sitting up and start getting their points across. And say, right,
you need to have hundreds of people paying attention to what's going on every single day. Because there's going to be some lonely bloke sitting there on his lunch break one day catching some news feed that happens to mention that they're talking about this in Parliament, to get everybody to wake up and go, hey, man, we better pay attention to what's going on in Parliament tomorrow. And what did they talk about yesterday? Or you're going to be in the same boat we're in, where it's technically illegal. And all you can do is buy it on the black market, where there's no, say, age checks or safety or anything.
I think we've got a better chance in this country of doing something about it if we do so. I mean, like they did last time, the TPD, everybody voted with their feet and went through the parliamentary route and it worked. That could still work again, because we've got strict lobbying rules now where your big tobaccos, your big pharma can't hide suitcases of money at MPs. Now everybody's on a level playing field. So that's why we've got a good chance, because everybody's on a level playing field when it comes to the lobbying. So
And it says on
know.
here, the powers will also allow government to change how vapes are displayed in shops. Now, I agree with that part of it. You shouldn't have disposable vapes that look like candy sitting right next to the candy. Like Kenny said, you got these overhead compartments like I did when I was, working at Kogo's all them years ago when I started smoking, and I was staring at them the whole night, right? But if you walked in the store, you wouldn't see the cigarettes because they're all up in there. The only thing you saw about cigarettes was the ones that were behind the counter or on the wall or the posters that were put up at the time.
Yeah. We could easily do that with vapes. One cupboard for your cigarettes, one cupboard for your vapes.
And the rest of these ones are nothing but quotes from different people. As Prime Minister, I have an obligation to do what I think is right for our country in the long term. That's why I'm taking bold action to ban disposable vapes, which have driven the rise in youth vaping, and bringing forward new powers to restrict vape flavors, introduce plain packaging, and change how vapes are displayed in shops. Okay. How come you didn't mention your rolling prohibition that you have in the announcement right there?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's talking about that. I am absolutely delighted. Children's Commissioner for England says, I'm absolutely delighted that the government has listened to the appeals that I and many others have made to ban disposables. I also welcome the decision to create far tighter restrictions on marketing and flavors, so they aren't appealing to children and young people.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Basically, just going to do the same. They're just going to do the same as what they did with cigarettes. Ban all advertising, out in plain packaging, out in the cupboard, out of view.
Are we considered advertising? Us sitting here giving our opinion on this crap? On this political subject?
Possibly, but who cares?
I care. I want to do this for a living. I don't want to have to do just microphone reviews and computer upgrades and OBS, tutorials.
I don't mean that as in who cares. I mean, who don't give a fuck about the fucking authorities. That's what I mean. Who gives a fuck
Well,
about
that's
them?
the sad reality, mate. Most of the people don't give a shit until it personally affects them. And then all of a sudden it's too late because they already banned everything. Chairman of Local Governments Association Community Wellbeing Board said, single-use vapes blight our streets as litter. Okay, we talked about how simple of a solution that would be. Get rid of the bullshit 2 milliliter capacity. If you had 10,000, 15,000 puffed, devices available, well, instead of having a single device that's pitched in the bin every day, this device will last you 2 weeks. So instead of 30 a month, you're going down to 2. No more environmental hazard. Regulate them so that they have to have the battery removable so it can be recycled. Problem solved.
Even if they're doing like a reward scheme to take them back to the shop you bought them from, like we've discussed many times. You used to get a penny off a pop bottle or something years ago and you took it back. Do the same with the vapes.
We welcome this robust approach to protecting young people. Uh-huh. I think stick it up their arse because it's not going to work. All you're doing is moving it and creating a black market.
You got no qualms with them picking up a cigarette, though. I mean, there's no hoo-ha about that, no. I thought not.
Yeah.
It's going to be like what you said, isn't it? Like a law comes in. Teenager caught vaping in the street, underage. Oh, no, shock, horror. Teenager caught smoking in the street. Oh, well, it's just a phase. You know what I mean?
The hypocrisy is real, mate.
Some big names speaking out against it. Boris Johnson, one of them, says it's unworkable and balmy, criminalising an aspect of ordinary human behaviour. But this is more about the government's plans to actually ban tobacco smoking overall. So there's sort of three elements to this. One of them is banning the sale of these disposable vapes, which, as we've seen from those figures, are being used much more and more by young people. Big concerns about the long-term health impacts on that.
Long-term health impacts. We don't know what they are. It took 4 decades for my dad to get lung cancer, and vaping hasn't been around 4 decades. So until we see if anybody's dropping like flies after 4 decades of vaping, it's bad. It's just bad.
The government said they want to stop children being...
How did this latest vaccine that got released, how long did we wait for that to be proven effective and safe before everybody was mandated to take it?
Exactly.
We don't know. Vaping's been around 2 decades. We still don't know. We got another 2 more decades before we can say it's not as harmful as cigarettes. Bullshit.
Being used for life and hooked for life. And indeed, as you say, under existing environmental laws, they can already do that because 5 million or so of them are being chucked away every single week, so they can already ban those by the end of the year. They're also looking at new rules for reusable vapes in terms of how they're marketed, restricting the flavours so they're less appealing to children. But yes, the third part of this is about saying they're going to phase out the sale of tobacco to young people. So currently anyone under the age of 15 going forward should never actually legally be able to buy tobacco. So that's...
Do you hear that?
But they still will. If they want to do it, they still will.
Nobody's talking about this. In 3 years, when that young person is no longer a young person because they are now legally an adult, they still won't be able to buy anything that's a tobacco product, including vaping.
Well, they're just trying to phase the whole lot out, aren't they? Period. Because they've got vaping in with tobacco when it shouldn't be in with tobacco. It's got nothing to do with tobacco.
Vaping is the off-ramp from the tobacco highway. Yeah. If they wanted to ban cigarettes, combustible tobacco, as they get older, go ahead and try it. It ain't going to work. We know it's going to create a black market. But leave the off-ramp and the tool that their government is currently using in the UK to get people to stop smoking on the market. But that's not what they said, because it's all lumped in together as tobacco.
Exactly. And yet, when
I didn't want it to be just me saying this. It's right here on the news, and it's, oh, that's a good thing. Just stop for a minute and think about yourself. What's it going to be like 10 years down the road when this goes through?
Mm-hmm.
When you're 30 years old and you walk into a tobacco shop and a corner shop and go, hey, man, I bought some black market cigarettes because I was out drinking at the bar and I bummed one off of somebody and I liked it. So Harry's been selling me black market cigarettes, and I know that they're going to eventually kill me. And now vaping's been around for 30 years, and we know it's safer. We know it doesn't kill anybody. It won't even give you cancer because, you know, the risks have actually been scientifically proven to be about the same as, you know, drinking this homemade coffee that I use my homemade fertilizer on, and that fertilizer is shown to cause cancer. So I want to buy one of them vapes. Show me your ID. Oh, you're not old enough to buy vape. Sorry, it's a tobacco product. You're not allowed to. You're not old enough to buy it. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go see my buddy Harry, who I buy cigarettes from, and see if his contacts can, you know, supply me with my vapes for the rest of my life. Because now I'm a criminal, even though I'm an adult.
The bit that Boris Johnson doesn't like, and also Liz Truss, another former Prime Minister. So she says a Conservative government shouldn't be seeking to extend the nanny state. This will only give succour to those who wish to ban further choices of which they don't approve. And there is a bit of speculation that there's a sort of right-wing element of the Tory party that are prepared to rebel on this when that legislation comes before Parliament probably next month. Probably not a big group. Labour are going to support it. They say they've been calling for this for about 2 years now, and it should have been done sooner. But still, the Prime Minister doesn't really need much more rebellion. But I think he really sees this as a key part of his legacy, because obviously he doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink, he's very clean living. We've learned over the weekend he fasts for 36 hours. So,
yes, bullshit.
What is happening here is, once again, this scientifically proven device that is much more effective way to quit smoking has now been politicized. And it's used as a political weapon against each other. And guess what? Nobody wins when that happens.
Oh, these are actual people who are members of the Tory party who are also rebelling against it. They're not like a total different party. I mean, it is political, like you said, but he's got in-house rebellion. See, the people are saying, yes, we get what's going on, but banning is not the answer. It isn't the answer. Everybody knows that banning is not the answer.
Yeah, except the UK Prime Minister specifically says that we're banning disposables to protect children's health. Completely ignoring any science behind that statement and not understanding how false that is, and how when they get to be my age, when these kids that are banned from buying any tobacco product whatsoever, when they get to be my age and they develop ulcerative colitis or they have Alzheimer's or Parkinson's, are they going to be able to choose to use nicotine? No, it's been banned their entire life. Will they be able to buy patches and gums and sprays as an alternative? I don't know.
I think it's the end of the day, if they use vaping as the off-ramp from tobacco, I've got no fucking problems banning tobacco. Ban smoking all day for me, because cigarettes and combustible tobacco, ban that all day for me. But you've got to have an alternative, and that is vaping. You need that other choice. How are they expecting people to quit?
But see, there's a little problem here. There's a little problem here. And let's not be, idle idiots out here. Who's running the world right now, and who's the one that's got, puppet strings on the politicians to do what they want? The people that are making all the money, right?
Exactly.
Goldman Sachs quarterly survey of 67,000 U.S. retailers and wholesalers put this in their fourth quarter report. Cigarette sales declines accelerate in fourth quarter. Outlook remains cautious with concerns with higher cigarette costs, regulations, and more competition in smoke-free options drive consumers to downtrade or exit the category. In other words, they're quitting smoking. And the ones that don't quit are switching to safer harm reduction products known as electronic cigarettes. So guess what? Illicit market activity in e-cigarettes is a growing concern and negatively impacts cigarette sales volumes. This is what these blokes are freaking worrying about? Are we serious? So it makes, no surprise that, this is what they want to ban.
On the other side of the coin as well, which they're not also telling you, they're saying, yes, underage vaping or child vaping has gone up, but they haven't mentioned the fact that adult use of disposals has gone from 0.1% up to 4.9%, and that was a study by Cancer Research UK. They're looking at the responses of 70,000 adults in England between January 21 and August 2023. And the researchers found the proportion of adults using disposable e-cigarettes rose from 0.1% to 4.9%. So there's more adults actually using disposables, not to mention. So there is a place for them, obviously, because like you said, old mum, old granddad who just wants to fucking pick someone up. There you go.
And it really bugs my wire. Do you know that 1 in 5 children in the UK have tried vaping? Okay. I tried turtle soup. Doesn't mean I want turtle soup or like turtle soup.
It's probably the same for kids that's tried smoking. 1 in 5 have probably tried smoking. Some of them go to smoke, some of them don't. You can put that on anything.
How many of them are hooked? That's what I want to know. How many of these kids use it every single day?
Well,
that's what I want to know.
he's according to their studies, quite a few apparently. We've had like there was a program on, I think it was Panorama. These kids said, "Oh, I can't get off. I'm addicted to it." And yet one of them sitting there got hospitalized because she had fucking asthma. She was vaping while she had fucking asthma. Hello.
I know people my age that had asthma and started vaping, and their asthma went away. So let's read this. What does the Prime Minister want us to read? How we're tackling youth vaping. In the last 3 years, the number has tripled, with as many as 1 in 5 of our children picking up a vape. So, isn't that a good thing? Didn't you want them to stop smoking cigarettes? Isn't that the goal here? Vapes are rightly used by adults as a tool to quit smoking. Well, that's what I just got done saying. But our children are being targeted, able to walk into a shop and see bright, colorful vapes placed right next to their favorite sweets.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not placed next to the fucking sweets. They're behind the fucking counter with the cigarettes. They're an 18-year-old product. They're not sitting there next to your little packet of sweets. Get to, see what I mean? Get to fuck.
Listen, mate, the authoritarian government of today must protect children's health at all costs. Just like Hitler protected the Nazi children.
Hang on, I'm going to go to the chocolate aisle. Okay. Oh, look at this. Is this chocolate? No, it's fucking...
There's a chocolate-flavored e-liquid in the chocolate aisle.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
It's with all the other tobacco products. I don't buy your propaganda. I'm sorry, I just don't. We have a duty to protect the children. That's why, alongside my pledge to deliver a smoke-free generation, a rolling prohibition, I'm taking action to tackle the surge in youth vaping. Well, you told everybody that this is a bad thing to do, and you told everybody that it's safer than smoking cigarettes. So, if you want to be a bad boy when you're a youngin', what are you gonna do? Quit making so much hay about it, and guess what? They'll move on to something else, like cannabis.
You're a bad boy now, aren't you? Imagine the kids at school now. Well, guess what? I've got a cigarette. Heh, pussy. You want one of these? Vape. That's a bad boy shit.
The advice is clear. If you don't smoke, don't vape. And children should never start vaping, even when they're 40 years old.
Still kind of get on with that, like, can you?
What? What do you mean 40 years? Well, 10 years down the road, I mean. When this ban goes into effect, 20 years down the road, you're going to be 40 years old, and it's still going to be illegal for you to consume it because it's been banned your whole life because Rishi Sunak wants to make sure that he's protecting you for the rest of your life. This is his legacy. Come on now. He's got to leave a legacy.
Yeah.
A better future for our children.
Legacy.
When is it a better future when the government tells you what you can and can't do when you're an adult? What actions are we taking? Well, we're banning disposables, and we're bringing powers to stop vapes from being marketed to children, and we're cracking down on illegal vape sales.
No, you're not.
We already know how that's going to work out.
Yeah.
We just talked about last week, Australia, 75% of the tobacco sold in the country comes from the black market. 25% is the most that they've ever been able to capture in the black market importation of these products.
Look at that. They're seeing that they're cracking down on alternatives like nicotine pouches. What's wrong with nicotine pouches?
Nothing. It doesn't hurt anybody.
They're not combustible. You don't inhale them. You stick them in your gum. They dissolve. What's the matter with people?
It's not made by a pharmaceutical company. That's what it is. Come on. Don't be so obtuse.
You know
if they
what
were
it
made
is?
by pharmaceutical companies, we wouldn't be banning them. I guarantee you that one.
It's like the record, you know, like an 8-track tape that's already been played over in America. They're just passing it around each country under. They passed the 8-track to Australia. Australia have shit themselves and heard the tape, went with ban and everything. Now they passed the 8-track tape over here. The same bullshit, same propaganda, same lies. It's just getting passed around, isn't it?
Sure is.
What next?
No, I don't want to sign up for your stuff. These websites are getting ridiculous.
That would be the icing on the
UK
cake.
to introduce legislation that bans smoking for the next generation. King Charles puts his stamp of approval on working towards phasing out smoking for the next generation to come.
Yeah. Phasing out smoking. Phasing out smoking. That's the word, smoking. I'd laugh me tits off if that was a picture of Charles with a disposable in his hand. Like, that would be fucking brilliant. I want Tuck there and his medals.
King Charles has recently reiterated Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's plan to eventually ban smoking in the UK for the next generation. Where's the exception for the vape?
Exactly. That's the exception. We've got to have that in, man.
Well, where is it? Show me it. I don't believe it until I see it from my own eyes. I think it's a freaking embarrassment to the country to abolish the off-ramp while they're abolishing what really is causing the harm. Abolish the causing harm products, and then once nobody's using it, then you can work on tapering away the non-harmful products. If you agree with an authoritarian system that tells you how to live your life.
So currently, in this day and age, the St. Albla hospitals and the NHS are inundated with smoking-related illnesses and disease. To this day and age now, how many illnesses are caused by vape and nicotine that we know of on record? After 20 years of vaping being in. Anybody? None? One? Two? None? Anybody? Anybody died
from vaping? The king is not happy with you right now. You're not supposed to disagree with him and bring logic into the equation.
No. Mr. Charles, how many people, Mr. Charles, how many people have died or got a serious lung disease or a cancer or whatever from vaping nicotine to this day after it has been around for 20 years? Can you count more on one hand or two hands? Do you need your toes as well to count how many? Let me think.
Why are people using them? Well, the most common reason cited in surveys among adults is that they're a safer alternative to cigarettes.
Stanton, where did you come from?
I think it's fair to say that an e-cigarette user, puff for puff, is getting less carcinogens than a smoker.
Stanton glance. Seriously?
E-cigarettes have this great potential for harm reduction and to keep people from smoking cigarettes.
So then why are we banning them? Why?
Ridiculous.
E-cigarettes are less toxic than cigarettes.
That's why we're banning them, because they're less toxic, and the healthcare system and the pharmaceutical industry needs their customers. Stop taking our customers away from us.
Oh no, our NHS is inundated. We can't afford. Our NHS is fucked. Our NHS.
And Goldman Sachs and a bunch of these investors have invested heavily in the tobacco industry. And you're killing our profits.
Oh, exactly. Money, man. Money. Well, let's put it this way, right? Say this frigging cigarette ban or whatever comes in 20 whenever, right? Where they're going to recuperate the taxes that they're getting from cigarette sales, because I reckon about 75% of a cigarette sale is tax that is lying in their coffers. Where they're going to get that from when that disappears, or it goes to the black market?
Not allowed to know they're going to legalize cannabis. You're not allowed to know that they're going to legalize cannabis.
Oh, so they're going to tax cannabis now, are they? All right. Which you still have to smoke, by the way. It's still combustible. It's still a combustible thing. Oops. Oh, no, the cigarette.
Hey, this isn't the first time that this has come up in conversation, right? This has come up in conversation before. Here we are, February 28th, 2021. UK vape ban? Nope. just the World Health Organization being reckless and stupid as usual. I say it now, there will be no UK vape ban, despite the tabloids splashing their messages on sunny Sunday mornings. If there ever is, and I haven't shuffled off this mortal coil before it's implemented, I shall dance naked waving a World Health Organization flag outside the House of Parliament whilst puffing away on a jewel. That's how confident I am. Okay,
Where
Neil.
is he then? I'm going to say this.
Neil.
Where are you going? Neil. Come on. All right, that's the guy who runs AC. Click on it, Neil. And there you go, mate. You're going to get arrested for nudity and smoke and vape smoking and vaping an illegal vape. You're going to get done for a vape and illegal vape, and you're going to get done for indecent exposure. Hallelujah.
But this is shit you can't make up.
I don't think vaping will be banned. I don't think.
Follow the money.
They'll be shooting.
Follow the money. Bloomberg couldn't buy politicians, so what did he do? He bought universities and he instituted a tobacco protocol and a department at a university exclusively to track all tobacco sales, including your vapes. So when we go and we ban this stuff, we have data and scientific evidence backing us up going, we got to ban it because bans work.
I don't think it's going to be as easy as everybody's making it out to be. I think there will be a bit of a resistance of some sort. They did it with the TPD. Yes, vape disposables might be the first domino, but I don't think vaping in general will be banned. It's the number one. It's the number one solution to giving up smoking. That they're gonna like I say that it's gonna be the biggest hypocrisy thing, the biggest U-turn that will have ever done in the history of politics. Pretty much.
Yeah, I know. But
with them,
here's why they're doing it, mate. They're protecting us. The UK smoking ban is important because teenage brains suffer more from nicotine than adult brains. Where's the science that backs up that statement?
There's no science that backs that up because I started smoking as a teenager and here I am now. Nicotine, cigarette free, and I think I've still got all my marbles. I would like to think I have, anyway. Might be the brightest bulb in the blinging factory, like, but I mean, I've still got something up there that's working.
A generation unstained by nicotine. That's what Britain's Prime Minister says he wants to create.
Well, that's not going to happen. Sorry, Richie, mate. It's not going to happen. It's just like I say, he knows his days are numbered as the Prime Minister. He knows he'll not be the Prime Minister next term, so he wants to go out with a big hoo-ha, just like Boris did with Brexit. A big hoo-ha, and then he got kicked with the door. Same with him. I'm going to stop fucking vaping. Hoo-ha. Goodbye, Mr. Prime Minister. They're just making a name for themselves. Thatcher was the same. Let's get the unions. We'll kill all the industry. We'll kill the mining. We'll kill the shipbuilding. We'll kill the steelworks. Hoo-ha! That's my legacy. They're all looking for a bit of fame, man, in the history books. Bullshit.
Mate, this is nothing new. I told you this. I caught wind of this 4 months ago when I saw this article. Ban on single-use vapes in UK may flood market with illegal products. Well, yeah, it's going to. Yes, the industry is going to adapt. Legal shops are going to adapt and only sell legal products. But it's the corner shops that are selling these like hotcakes. Convenience stores, gas stations, little deli mart, servos. The nomenclature's ubiquitous around the entire planet. They call them different things, but it's the same stuff. I got one right next door to me. And you walk in and the entire counter is covered with disposables. Why? Because people want to buy them.
I've got the corner shop, less than 200 feet away from my front door. He's been closed down about 6 times. He is now currently closed because he was selling black market cigarettes. And all he was doing was reopening and doing it again. reopening and doing it again. Where's the deterrent? You know what I mean? He's making a fortune out of his black market cigarettes. He was just using the shop as a cover-up. And now he sits there on a night, parked outside his fucking shop in a car, and they're queuing up to buy the cigarettes off him out of his car. Crazy, man.
Sure is. Here's the article, the current article. UK ministers vow to close loopholes in disposable vape ban. See, they have to pass the legislation. They can argue that this is a plastic waste and they can regulate it to a certain extent. It's the same thing in Australia. The health minister, the powers of the health minister only go so far. That's why at COP10, they want to redefine any aerosolized, visible entity that looks like smoke as smoke.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's going to take a year for this to happen, because it's all going to go through Parliament and everything first, even as far as the House of Lords.
Well, the disposable ban is in effect based on the health minister's things, and it's given the authority, just like in Australia, it's given the authority for Border Force to clamp down on disposables, which is what they're doing already. And they how many products can you go in a corner shop and find that are not legitimate and legal in the UK because it's more than 20 milligrams?
Tons. Anyway,
so when they ban them all together, you think that's going to eliminate them? Or are they still going to get the 80%, 90% through Border Force for these corner shops to still sell? Except now it's all black market stuff with no safety standards to adhere to.
They're doing it now with cigarettes, man. So how are they going to do it with vapes? It's going to be the same thing. Black market cigarettes, black market vape devices. They can't. It's a massive, massive thing. Want to send it underground? Okay, right? They send it underground, but how are you going to regulate it? How are you going to enforce it? It doesn't work with cigarettes. I can go around the corner now and buy a hoochie pack of cigarettes, no problem, for about quarter of the price of a shop. I can go and buy pack of cigarettes, 20 pack of cigarettes for about $5. Easy. If I want to do.
UK ministers will aim to stop firms from skirting around the upcoming ban on disposables by eliminating ruses such as attaching charging ports to them. We already have charging ports on disposables.
Yeah, that's old news. It's already rechargeable.
So what is going to be their definition of a disposable?
I think what they're looking at there is like the ones that are the legal ones in the UK, they're on the 600 puffs ones. They've got no charging ports on them. That's the thing. Once they're done, they're done. They're spent.
Yeah, because you have a 2 mil capacity. What's the point in putting a charging cable on it? You're going to be empty before the coil's even close to being shot.
Exactly. So
before the battery's even close to being shot.
So why make one rechargeable? I do not know. But if it's a loophole, it's a loophole that they're going to try and do, aren't they? They might just put a false one where it looks like
there's a 10,000 puff one. I guarantee you can walk into a corner shop and find one of them. It's got the charging port. It's got a display on it. Why? Because here in the States, they're all illegal. So you can make them however you want to make them. They haven't been FDA authorized.
Mm-hmm. I think we kind of agree a ban will just not work. It's as simple as that. It just will not happen.
Yeah, it's not going to do what they think it's going to do.
Nope. It's going to make it worse. Because this is the thing. The black market are not going to risk smuggling 2 mil capacity vape devices. They'll disappear. You're going to be looking at 3,000, 4,000.
They're all going to be like this now.
10,000. Yeah, they're going to be 10,000 puff devices.
They're already illegal, so there's nothing forcing us to follow any of your rules. No 2 mil capacity, nothing. If it's a black market product, we're going to make it worth our while to make them and worth the seller's while to sell them. So here's your example.
The black market will not touch 2 ml. What's the point? What are we going to risk it for 2 ml when you can just get something bigger in? You know what I mean? They'll not bother with it. They'll not bother with a 600 puff.
So this is what you're going to end up with, mate.
Yeah.
It costs them less than $10 to make this thing, right? And import it into your country. And once they do, they're going to sell them like hotcakes for $10, right? And what is the street dealer going to do? He's going to take a chance of getting a fine for illegally selling illegal products and importing them. So guess what? Now the cost of these things isn't going to be a 20. It'll probably be a 50. But it'll last you the whole month.
Yep, easy. So they're not going to bother with 2 ml pod system, disposables at all, are they? They're just going to disappear.
Well, the UK could have changed that 2 mil capacity requirement and upped it to a reasonable quantity, but no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to ban the pods, and guess what? Everything's going to be
this is
law.
what was supposed to be up for. This was supposed to be up for discussion when they're doing the new TPD laws after we left Brexit, but they've never bothered the fucking arses. So now they've sat, and now these disposables have come on the scene. They've all fucked that up altogether now. Because I don't think they will change it now with all this crap going on.
Okay, this one is from 18th December. Why smoking is back. Could one reason be loneliness? Oh my God, somebody asked the question, why are these young people taking up vaping? Well, they're smart enough to realize that if I pick up cigarettes, I might, if I got addicted to them, get cancer or COPD or heart disease or stroke or who knows what 40 years down the road. So, well, I'm going to use the thing that's safer. At what age is it a public health right to harm reduction? That's my question. With all that's protecting the kids? At what age are they entitled to harm reduction?
It's crazy, man. Honestly, it's absolutely nuts. And I'm just catching up with a bit of chat there, but that's all.
No, because here we go. The cigarette rise is already in effect. Because of all the scaremongering, fear-mongering campaigns, because of all the stories in the press about how, oh my God, you know, if you vape, you can end up in ICU on a breathing lung machine. Guess what people are doing? They don't know what's safer. I think maybe they're the same, so I'll just get whatever's easier to get access to. Black market cigarettes. Corner shop has them. Don't have to pay taxes on them. He's not going to report the sale of it. He's not going to care whether I'm underage or not. As long as I hand over the 15 pounds, I can go buy a pack of cigarettes.
There you go. That's the one I was talking about. William Dobson. An interviewer with a teenager showed them vaping on a 4,500 puff disposable and said how easy it was to get by sending a message on Snapchat, and it got delivered to their door within the hour. Social media. There you go.
You think it's going to go away because they're all banned now?
You've got these people on speed dial, man.
Ways you and I would never even think about, you know, trying to get access to these products.
That Williams just touched on what I mentioned as well. The Science and Technology Committee was supposed to meet last year to separate vaping from smoking in the new TPD laws, but that never happened. There you go.
And now they have the cart before the horse.
Yep.
And the cheeky, sneaky buggers, the youth, don't give a rolling piss what the laws are. They're still going to use their contacts to get whatever they want. The same way that anybody can go and get a hold of cocaine or heroin or fentanyl or LSD. Take your pick. We're back to the war on drugs. Criminalizing people simply because, oh, we need to protect them.
Have you got a volume on anywhere with us?
Me?
It's just Dean Thomas is getting a bit of feedback. He thinks it's from me after you spoke. I'm just one of the, I don't know. I've got now on. I've got it muted.
You don't have YouTube on?
Yeah, but it's muted. I've got it on. It's muted off.
I don't know, mate.
Well, I don't know. We'll try.
I appreciate somebody telling us about it, though.
Yeah,
I'll double check my things, make sure there's no feedback loop created anywhere. But the fact of the matter is, they've already got cigarette smoking as an uptick, and we actually have somebody taking a look at it and going, why are these people starting their smoking habit in the first place, right? Could it possibly be because, oh man, everybody's depressed, and maybe we should take a look and create a solution to the depression problem in this country rather than focusing on what people are doing for it? So, you know me, I'm not going to be the kind of person that's going to just ignore a little tidbit of information like that. I'm going to follow up on it, and let's take a look at it. What is the depression rates and statistics in the UK? Here we go.
Oh. Very high, it's kind of bit.
Depression is one of the most prevalent mental health disorders affecting around 1 in 6 adults in the UK, and is also associated with other mental health issues such as anxiety, stress, and loneliness. Research shows that women are twice as likely to experience depression compared to men. However, 15.9% of women will receive treatment for that depression compared to only 9% of men.
Stigma with that is men don't kind of admit it. That's the problem, isn't it? That's a man thing.
It's supposed to be tough.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to be hurt.
But when you think about it, the suicide rate in the UK is higher than men than women. So there's the opposite. There's an add-on to the spectrum.
Yeah.
Rather than seeing
and it even affects people at workplaces. Look at that. 56% of employees are experiencing symptoms of depression. How can you have a productive country when everybody's depressed? And it's no wonder they're depressed. After living through the damn pandemic, and then now we've got this economic crisis going on. People don't know how they're going to keep the heat on and stay warm at night. The only time that they're warm is when they're at work, making just enough money to keep them alive. And only 10% of employees actually seek mental health support.
Yeah. There was a thing on the TV this morning, on the daily TV, says there's about 20 or 30 million people in the UK now struggling to buy the basic necessities to live.
Mm-hmm. And you think that's not going to affect the children?
Exactly. Children, poverty, and all that crap.
Let's take a look at that. What are the statistics on children in the UK, right? 1 in 5 children and young people had a probable mental health disorder in 2023. I wonder if somebody's going to do some research and try and put some causation or correlation to the fact that there's 1 in 5 people that have tried a vape. Maybe ask these kids, are they depressed? When you're asking them if they're using any substances? Are you using a vape? Are you using combustible cigarettes? Are you using cannabis? Are you drinking alcohol? And what happens when you realize that every single one of these people that are reaching out and seeking self-medication through illegal means are doing it because they feel depressed and lonely and anxious?
It's a coping mechanism as well, isn't it? It's something to help you cope with it.
It's what we used as our coping mechanism for our lot in life. Why do we think that the kids of today aren't going to do the same thing? And you think banning it is the solution?
Well, this is it. Rishi Sunak probably hasn't got them problems, has he, in his little wealthy world he lives in? You know what I mean? He's not worried about putting his heating on, is he? He's not worried about turning an extra light on and leaving it on all night or whatever, is he? He's not worried about that shit.
Exactly. That's exactly what it boils down to.
In fact, he's the only MP I've seen up to now, right? The only Prime Minister I have seen in power over the last 10, 20 years who hasn't went fucking grey. He's still got perfectly black hair. So he's a very chilled out Prime Minister, isn't he?
Meanwhile, the NHS Mental Health Director, Claire Murdoch, said, today's report shows the continued unprecedented pressures faced by young people and reflects the increased demand for NHS child's mental health services.
Yeah.
You mean you couldn't have possibly, instituted legislation that required all of these products to be sold by a licensed shop? And Kenny was like, oh, well, just sell them at a vape shop only. Okay, New Zealand did that. Guess what? Somebody's already done that one. Guess what? You know what they found out? Servos, corner stores, gas stations, they cornered off a corner of their building and they opened it up as a separate vape shop and got a license for that vape shop. So when you were at the gas station, you got yourself, your petrol, and you walked in and you got yourself a soda and a little snack. Well, if you walked into the corner of the building, inside, you could have gone to the Sunoco vape shop.
A vape shop, yep. Wow.
But it would be licensed and it could be taxed. And heaven forbid that maybe they use that taxable income from what people are using to cope with their lot in life to, I don't know, give them some mental health support and treatment to offset the rise in mental health disorders. That would make too much sense, I guess. Kind of like reducing and eliminating the 2 mil capacity so that people didn't make disposables that last a day and made a disposable that lasts you a month. Just common sense.
Doesn't prevail, does it? Not in this world. Common sense, what's that?
And you're like, oh, well, you looked into it and you're looking at NHS and this isn't making the main street news, right? That most people don't know about it. Bullshit. This is an ongoing problem. This isn't anything new. They've known about this. Number of children in mental health crisis and record high in England. NHS data reveals that more than 3,500 urgent referrals of under 18s in May. 3 times higher than the same month in 2019 during COVID.
Exactly. Fucking hell. Holy moly.
But that's not what we should be focusing on. We should be focusing on what they're using as a coping mechanism. Ban it. What's it going to do to the mental health crisis? I guarantee you that it's going to be getting worse.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. But again, you take one thing away, they're going to move on to something else. So, okay, so you take vaping away, you take smoking away. Is everybody going to become an alcoholic then? Are they just going to turn to alcohol after that, are they? They're always going to use something, aren't they? You're always going to turn to something.
You mean like the young people in Ireland? Where 70% of them drink underage? 70% of young people in Ireland drink while they're underage. But we should focus on vaping because that's the real scourge among society.
Of course it is.
Sure. All right.
It's head
there was one other one. One other one that came across my news feed this morning is actually in the mail, my email. Are cigarettes already making a comeback? This was published today, mate.
Kiss. God almighty. You see, it's exactly what I said. They'll move on to something else. And there you go.
I told you. Are cigarettes already making a comeback? As the vape ban looms in England, traditional tobacco gets a TikTok rebrand to appeal to Gen Zers with Hello Kitty themed cases and tips for the prettiest packs to smoke. You're like, what are you talking about?
Wow. Like,
there you go. Look at that beautiful Hello Kitty cigarette pack.
Oh, is that aimed at children by any chance? Can't be.
Nah.
Children. What are they? Nah.
No, look at her fingernails, mate. Man, she must spend a lot of money on those fingernails.
Jeez, what the hell? What's that?
Look at the bling on them fingernails.
No, she budgeted the fingernails to buy the Hello Kitty cigarettes. That pack, that's what it is.
You found the cutest Hello Kitty cigarette box. Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow.
But we got to ban vaping because vaping's the real problem.
Fucking crazy, man.
How do you find prettier cigarette packs? Oh, that's a perfect topic of conversation for social media. Not how do you buy illegal vapes. Ew, vapes are just as bad as cigarettes. So let's smoke cigarettes instead.
Oh,
How much are those cigarettes with colors?
Colored cigarettes. Ooh.
I've never seen colored cigarettes in my entire life. But listen, when it's on the black market and it's illegal, why wouldn't you do it if you wanted to sell them? Self-fulfilling prophecies of tobacco control. There you go. A pretty cigarette pack. I have found the most Lana Del Rey cigarettes to ever exist. They are pink and red and skinny and strawberry flavored. Like you're joking. I would die for these. They are so beautiful. I wish I would have bought 10 packs. I never want to run out. They need to start selling these in the U.S. pronto.
They probably will. Didn't give them ideas, for fuck's sake.
Well, you created the black market with your bans, you morons. You made people believe that cigarette smoking was just as harmful as vaping. So no, you're not allowed to see that because, you know, you could be hospitalized for vaping. Highlighted for your entertainment. So if you're skimming the article, that's all you're going to notice. Hospitalized due to vaping. Well, I guess I better, you know, look for these wonderful colored scented cigarettes that have been banned for a long time. Remember they banned clove cigarettes here in the States? You probably don't, but they already had flavor ban for tobacco, combustible tobacco.
There's another thing. Your black market devices will probably hold more than 20 milligrams of fucking nick anyway. You'll be able to get the bigger ones after. There'll be all sorts. Oh dear. What a can of worms have opened. What a can of worms.
All right. Well, since we're sitting here realizing that social media influences and cigarettes are ubiquitous out there now. Apparently, that's the new trend. Well, you ban vaping, you relegate it as the most dangerous thing ever to reach kids, and, you know, don't talk about cigarette smoking anymore. So instead of them looking at this, what are people doing?
Pretty cigarettes. Pretty pink cigarette packs.
Let's go right to YouTube.
It's such a trigger for me. Like, she's so nice.
Oh, monetized channel. Connie Ramos, you have a monetized channel. Oh, my God. Take a look at this. 69,800 subscribers. Wow. And 5 months ago, you put this video out, my opinion on vaping as a cigarette smoker, and you've got 39,000 views in 5 months. I've never had a video that got that many views, ever.
No.
But, you know,
combined,
fully monetized. So let's skip the ad. I do not encourage or condone the use of tobacco or tobacco products. If you're under 18, please leave the channel. So that's what I need to put in the beginning of my content so that I can have it fully monetized. That's all it takes, I guess.
Well, worth to try, isn't it?
We'll have to try it. Oh, we got some music here, so guess what I got to do?
Copyright. So
We'll jump to this scene. See the pretty music in the background? Okay. So what do we have going on here?
smoking YouTuber, I guess. I really don't like calling myself that.
Oh, she's a smoking YouTuber.
Right.
That I don't talk about that much on this channel. Even though I am a smoking YouTuber, I guess. I really don't like calling myself that. But I do videos
Oh, she's a smoking YouTuber. Fully monetized.
about smoking, but mainly cigarettes, right? A lot of people
Mainly cigarettes. What else are you smoking?
ask me a lot of questions about vaping. Why don't I vape? Why don't I bring more vapes into the channel? Etc, etc. And today I'm going to be talking about that while, I guess, hitting my vape that I've had for like 6 months now, and somehow it still has smoke. I mean, I hit this.
It's not smoke. Might look like smoke, but it's not smoke.
I know why you're not bringing vaping devices into your channel. Because you'd be demonetized. Because YouTube don't like vaping fucking YouTube channels. That's why.
But we don't have a problem with cigarette smoking channels.
No.
It's like once every month, so that's maybe why it still has so much smoke. But let's go, let's hit it. So honestly, I used to.
Let's hit it. Where's your vape, mate? Let's hit it.
Let's hit it. Let's hit it. Not much smoke. There's not much there.
It's not smoke. Does it smell like smoke? No. Does it kill you like smoke? No. Why? Because it's not smoke.
Mine smells like
always
cherry.
think that vaping, especially with nicotine, was something that was very stupid. If you
Oh, it's very stupid. I'm adult.
This is going to be one of
I'm
them
very
comedy
stupid
ones.
for vaping. I should light up a cigarette.
This is gonna be one of them comedy ones.
I should light up a cigarette. I could have fully monetized channel and have all these views.
If you want to have nicotine in your system, you already have cigarettes, and cigarettes taste bad, you know? And I feel like if you really want to smoke something and have the buzz of the nicotine, you have to go through the flavor of the cigarette and get used to it and like start to enjoy.
There you go. Get used to the horrible taste of cigarettes if you want a nicotine buzz. No fruity flavors. They're too attractive to kids.
Holy fuck.
I got fried banana split here, mate, by the Frusion Juice Company. And they make some amazing Frusion flavors. Look at this beautiful clementine citrus mango. Oh, must be demonetized because, oh, that's a vape and that attracts kids. But cigarettes don't attract kids anymore. So let's have a YouTube channel for cigarettes. Okay.
Enjoy smoking, but I feel like this is a very, very conservative way for me to think. So I'm very open to like hearing you guys' perspectives on this. But I've always thought, you know, why are vapes so colorful? They seem so bright, so appealing to younger children. And cigarettes, you know, they are getting progressively uglier. They have those like really ugly pictures, at least here in Europe. I can't even show you, but it has a very ugly picture.
Oh, I can't show it to you because then the algorithm will catch me. I mean, we do the same thing with our stuff, except see, we do it because it says on here that this product contains nicotine. It's a lie. There is no nicotine in this product whatsoever.
No.
You know, I actually did the review on the Osiris, and I spent an hour, you know, magic masking that all off because I don't want to lie to my viewers. I wanted them to know the truth. When you buy it, you get metal, glass, maybe cotton and coils, but there's never, ever been nicotine inside a mod or a tank.
Yeah.
It's a lie. Actually, it's propaganda.
Propaganda. Yeah, that's right.
Legally legislated, required propaganda.
Depicting, you know, what could happen if you smoke for a very long time. And vapes, I don't really see that happening, you know. I see vapes in very bright, colorful, pastel-colored packs, and I look at them and I'm like, I really want to try that. It seems like it tastes really good. And I feel like that's a problem, you know.
That's a problem. That's why I took the label off of my vape. It's just stainless steel.
I feel like if people are trying to reduce the amount of smokers that exist in the world, and I understand that when they say that, they are mainly talking about cigarette smokers. But if that's what they are trying to do, why are vapes so appealing? Like, this one is not appealing at all because I ripped the sticker out of it. It used to have like a blue sticker with like some blueberries or whatever, because this is blueberry flavored. Oh, by the way, this is a 0 nicotine, THC-free CBD vape, so it has no nicotine, no THC, it's just CBD. I have never smoked a vape, or I've never vaped with nicotine. I've only ever had 2 vapes. This is my second one, and they both have been nicotine free. And I have my reasonings to do that. So I feel like, first of all, I will never buy a nicotine vape, whether it would be a disposable, which I will never buy a disposable again, and I will be talking about that more, you know, in the future of this video. But I will never have a nicotine vape.
Why would I use Kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once?
Oh,
I like to do.
Is that a commercial? Oh, that's right. YouTube monetizes cigarette smoking channels, but not vaping channels. That's right. Okay. Sure, makes sense to me.
Things myself. I can't trust anything else to do the job right.
Kayak.
Kayak. Search one and done. Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, it's an unskippable ad. 1 of 2.
One and done.
Sure.
We're going to plan B. Okay, great. What is that?
One of the best action movies ever made.
Paramount Plus. Cool. I wish I could have Paramount Plus advertised on my channel and my content.
Vape,
oh, yeah.
Because they can be smoked inside, you know, they don't leave that like nasty smell that cigarettes do. You can just pick it up, hit it, get a nice like strawberry, whatever, blueberry, banana flavor. You get your nicotine intake, you put it back down, and you continue doing what you are doing. Now, I feel like that is something very dangerous, because for me, if I want to have nicotine, I have to get up from whatever I am doing, I have to take my booty outside, light a cigarette, go through the hassle of where am I going to ash this, where am I going to throw it away, having to light it, relight it if it's windy outside. You know, it's a way more difficult experience, although it's not difficult at all, but it's more difficult than just hitting your vape. And then I feel like if I had such easy access to nicotine right next to me, like this vape I have, I would be constantly hitting it, and I would just become really addicted to nicotine really fast.
Oh, really? That's how it works? Because I have 100 of these laying around, I'm definitely going to be more addicted to it than if I only had one of them around, or if I kept them in a different room. Not true.
You're a lost cause, you, mate. You're a lost cause, you, when it comes to nicotine addictions. You're way lost now, according to this, like.
You know, I wonder if there's this thing that, you know, people could do. I don't know, maybe use this thing that they carry around with them everywhere. And I don't know, maybe like Google it to see if maybe there's some science about that before I start talking about it.
Definitely. Would help, like.
Wonder if there's any science comparing what a cigarette is and how cigarettes get you addictive, and what chemical components are inside of a cigarette, and how many of them are in there exclusively to up the nicotine absorption in your body and to exacerbate the endorphins that are released when you smoke a cigarette. And I wonder if any of those are in a vape. Wonder if anybody's ever asked or answered that question. Wonder if Google could tell me that answer. No, I'm just gonna tell you what I feel, because I'm just here for entertainment purposes only. Yeah, that's right.
Fast, you know, and that's not something that I feel like should even be advertised at all. I don't know, man. There's this new like vape shop. It's like a pop-up vape shop inside of a mall that we have here in Portugal, and it has like lots of advertisings, like such fun colors and na and whatever. And I'm like, why are we giving fun colors to things that we are saying are dangerous?
Who said they're dangerous? You don't have a problem smoking cigarettes. and this is 95% less harmful. So why is it called dangerous?
I'm going to try and figure out the maths behind this.
Did you come up with anything?
No.
Wow. You know what? She's in Portugal. We ought to get a hold of Daniel, DGLSB Vapes.
Oh, yes.
Because I'm sure that she'd feel more comfortable talking to somebody like him from Portugal than some old bloke like you and me.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have a live, YouTube, show where they discuss vaping and cigarette smoking and what made Daniel quit cigarette smoking and start vaping and what made him do a YouTube channel. Imagine if her 69,000 followers watched her transition from cigarette smoking to vaping, and the whole time she did it, she actually talked about how it's better for her and healthier for her and what the science is behind it. I wonder if she'd be able to convince any of her 69,000 followers to give up cigarette smoking and improve their health outcome.
It's food for thought, isn't it? But again, what's the age of our followers? What's the average age of our followers? Obviously not going to be people like me and you, are they?
Well, it's protecting the younger generation that's not affected by this ban that they're rolling prohibition that they're going to implement. Although I don't know, I'm not up on what the current laws are in Portugal.
You've probably got like 69 followers, or probably all teens, late teens, or all probably smokers following the smoking channel.
I'm sure Daniel would have, contacts in Portugal still, and family and relatives and friends before he moved and immigrated to the United States.
Might still have
I think
family
he could easily relate to her and just sit down and have a conversation. She's not opposed to having a conversation about it. But think about what that could do for harm reduction and how much benefit you could have on society in a long-lasting legacy.
I don't think she needs a conversation. I think she needs educating.
Well, you can't do that without having a conversation. From somebody that's been in her shoes before. We've been there. I'm telling you, I'm going to reach out to Danielle and see if, he can get a hold of her. Have a conversation with her at least, even if they don't do a live thing. Just to educate her and go, listen, there's a healthier alternative out there. Don't just dismiss it.
A little confused by that. And then I feel like another reason as to why I will never smoke or I will never vape a vape with nicotine is because, of course, I smoke and I smoke 1 cigarette a day. And although that's not much, it's honestly not that bad. It's not good, but it's not as bad as smoking like 10 cigarettes a day. And I'm actually going to light a John Player special because this CBD vape is doing nothing for me. So let's light this. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, right, I remember. So I was saying that I think that another very big reason as to why I will never vape with nicotine is because although we know that the effects of smoking long-term are bad, if you smoke a lot long-term, you can have very bad health effects on you. If you smoke even 1 cigarette, if you are very unlucky, it could have bad health effects on you. So smoking even 1 cigarette is never good. Smoking a consistent amount of cigarettes per day is even worse, But we know
you have to smoke an inconsistent amount of cigarettes per day to be a good thing.
But the vape she's just had is a no nicotine vape, so why are you having it if you want nicotine? Oh, I know, you like the cigarette for nicotine. I get you now. The penny's dropped, mate. It's dropped. It's dropped. You want your nicotine, you have a tab. If you want to smoke without nicotine, you have a vape. Well, that's the answer to everything in it. There's your solution. My God.
Paul wants to talk to her.
Oh, what I bet he does was give her a fucking slap. Jesus Christ.
I think Paul's got ulterior motives to want to talk to her, and I don't think it's just about vaping. I mean, come on, seriously. If I was sitting there smoking a channel, I wouldn't have 80,000 followers. Who wants to follow an old bloke like me, unless you're one of me?
Yeah, I agree, Mallory, but just CBD. It's not nicotine. That's what I mean. It's not nicotine. She gets her nicotine from a cigarette. You don't get nicotine from CBD.
And how many of you believe she only smokes one cigarette a day?
Exactly. Bullshit.
What happens? You know, if you smoke for 40 years straight, a pack a day, you end up getting lung cancer most likely. Cigarettes will be probably the cause of you dying. With vapes, we haven't had much time to see that. We haven't had a whole generation of people that have vaped since they were 12 years old or 18 years old, all the way to the point where they were 80 years old, because vapes just haven't been around that long. So we...
That's right. Science can't extrapolate the damage done to cellular structures and your body and extrapolate whether that's going to kill you in 40 years or not. Oh, we do have science that says exactly that.
Hang on a minute. How long ago was the MSA introduced, when everybody was filing lawsuits against tobacco companies?
96.
How long ago was that? 96. So how many years prior to that were people like smoking thinking it was the best thing since fucking sliced bread?
Well, what, in the 60s that the UK told the US that, you know, this is the worst thing you could do. It's going to be the scourge of history.
We knew then.
She admits that. We know that if I smoked a cigarette for 40 years, I'll probably end up with lung cancer or die from a heart attack or stroke or emphysema or who knows what. But we don't know if vaping is safer. We just don't know. Well, we do know. You just got to look into the science and find the scientists that are doing actual real science and comparing cigarette smoke to vaping. Not the studies that go, oh, well, I can make this vape more toxic than cigarette smoke. You know what? I can too. I just crank it all the way up to the max and I push and hold the button in. And then after I hold a button in for a good 2 minutes, then I shove it in the machine and measure it. Way deadlier.
The thing is, saying like you know, you pack of cigarettes a day. I mean, that's not entirely true. I mean, even if you smoke one cigarette, you're decreasing your life expectancy. My grandfather only smoked 10 a day, 10 cigarettes a day. That's all he ever bought. And he was dead at 73 with a heart failure. Just up 10 a day. Not a 20 pack, a 10 pack.
And we know that there's plenty of anomalies out there. I know people and grew up with people that literally smoked a pack a day and they're 102 years old.
Exactly.
And for whatever reason, they never got cancer or heart disease or lung disease or any of this other crap. They're a medical miracle, according to scientific standards. They were also the kind of smoker that if they went somewhere and it was like prohibited, like you go to a country where you know it's frowned upon or you ran out of money and you didn't bring money to buy cigarettes, they could go a day or 2 or 3 without smoking. And it wouldn't faze them. I could never do that. I can't relate to that. I'm the kind of chain smoker that, you know, on a Friday night at the club when I'm all stressed out, would have 3 burning in the ashtray.
Yeah, I know a lot of social smokers don't smoke normally during the day, but if they go out for a drink or socialize, they'll have a cigarette.
I could never relate to that. I always wondered how they did it.
Yeah,
or the people that only smoked when they went out to the bar.
Yeah, there's a lot I used to work with years ago. He used to just have a cigar. Never smoked, but when he went out, he had a cigar. He enjoyed a cigar with a pint.
I used to love enjoying cigars at the fire hall when the old retired battalion chief was there.
I was never a fan of cigars. Never a fan of it.
I would smoke all kinds of stuff. My favorite cigarette that I ever had was the Camel Wides. They were big, huge, fat cigars, more like cigarettes. I mean, it was loosely chopped up tobacco, but rolled up, but they were such a fat cigarette. That was back when Camel had the coupons. You know, you used to collect the coupons and send away for all kinds of stuff.
We really just don't know the effects that vapes have on people. Now, what do we know? I know that I've been seeing some interviews on YouTube of teenagers that are creating a movement to try and tell other young people to never vape because they have vaped for whatever amount of years, like 4 or 5 years consistently every day, and they ended up in hospital with...
Unlike... Oh, another advertisement. What do I think of chain vaping? It's great as a stunt for reviews, but I mean, I'm not a kid. Like if I was working, you know, a 12-hour shift or something, and I was only allowed to go off for my regulated 3 legally authorized breaks, well, I'd be doing chain vaping because, you know, I would want to be able to enjoy my vape and have time to actually get a cup of coffee and, you know, maybe a snack. But
I think there's two reasons for that. A, you mightn't have your nicotine strength high enough to satisfy your craving. That could be one reason. Or B, you get a damn fine fucking juice that you just can't put down.
Oh, the flavor. That's like this citrus mango. I mean, it's a 3, but so I'm going to use more than I would in a 6, but the flavor is so satisfactory that it's just...
I chain in the morning. It's just like when you were a smoker, you used to light up and have your first cigarette. That I kind of chain a bit in the morning, but as the day goes on, I vape less and less.
I don't, mate. The longer that I've been vaping, the longer I can go in the morning before I even pick up my vape. Just as a habit, I always carry it with me, but I did that with cigarettes too. I never went anywhere without a pack of cigarettes in my Zippo.
Oh God, no! Not when you were smoking, you didn't. Jesus, you didn't.
And I did the same thing with vaping.
Yeah.
But it's everybody has their own personal preferences on what they enjoy doing and what they don't enjoy doing.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a chainer in the morning, but like I say, once I get the initial, that's it. It just does me for the best part of the day.
Nah, most of the time I'm pretty consistent about it. And there are times that I've caught myself where like I'm sitting there watching a movie or something that I don't actually vape. I get halfway through the movie before I'm like, hey man, where is my vape? I was really into that show.
Yeah, but I know some people who have like, I don't know, an 18 milligram mouth to lung, what they vape when they wake up and they call it the morning cigarette type of thing. You know what I mean? They have that, get them up and running, and then back down to whatever they are after that.
Listen, I could never do that when I was smoking cigarettes. I would literally get up in the middle of a movie at the movie theater to go outside for a smoke break and miss like, 10, 15 minutes of the show.
If I was in a movie, I could watch a movie all the way through. I did have a little bit of staying power.
When we first quit, smoking and we were vaping, I would watch the whole movie and never bother to do it. But nowadays, I mean, you've got these snooze pouches and you got Zine available everywhere. You could go and enjoy a movie and still consume the whole time and never miss it.
Yeah.
And then you got those people that don't have a problem stealth. You get these devices like this Enjoy Ace.
Can't say jack shit.
You can't tell.
Most cleaning services, Zero-Res first uses counter-rotating brushes to loosen all the deeply embedded dirt and hair that's stuck in your carpet's fibers. This is the stuff a
Yeah, I reached out and posted this on Twitter, and Nick replied back to me and said, I don't think it's monetized. Well, maybe you don't see it as monetized because you pay for the ad-free service at YouTube. Not me.
Oh, this is it. Like it's
normal vacuum can't reach.
Lung problems. So you know what? I will not be vaping with nicotine. It just scares me. And
That is an injustice to this generation of people.
Wow.
Scares her to death to vape. She'd rather smoke a cigarette and have a YouTube channel about smoking cigarettes.
Wow. scares me to death about smoking a cigarette, darling. You know what I mean? Never.
There's a link to this if you guys want to watch it out. You know, watch the whole thing, watch the rest of it. But her entire channel is smoking cigarettes. Why I started smoking cigarettes, the morning in the life of a cigarette smoker, things I enjoy about smoking cigarillos, smoking a cigarette in 3 hits.
But is she a cigarette smoker if she's stating that she's only having one a day? Well, are you a cigarette smoker or are you just... I don't know.
There we go. Members only videos. Overwhelmed. Smoke break together?
Yeah, live smoke break. Join me live for a smoke break.
Man, I'm kicking myself in the ass. I should have jumped on YouTube 10 years ago if I knew that's all I had to be popular, successful, and collecting $1,000 a month from YouTube.
Hey, you might have gotten some
Throw a
nice,
camera up and let's go out for a smoke break. Let's sit here and chat.
Yeah, you might have gotten some free shit as well, some free cigarettes from the big tobacco companies. Get them advertised. Well, you would have been well in there. Quids in. We've probably been dead by now, but never mind.
Here we go. Here's my favorite one. High school was miserable, and I'll smoke to that.
Oh, Lordy do. Wow.
The hypocrisy on YouTube is not real. I'm just a whiny, squeaky old bitch. Grumpy old man crying the blues about YouTube censorship.
Wow.
287 videos, 70,000 followers. Started it when she was in high school, and every single one of her videos she's smoking.
Unbelievable, eh? Unfucking believable.
Yeah. All right.
What the fucking hell? What are we doing wrong, man?
Davos, the WEF, Klaus Schwab, and all of them, it's over for another year. So what did we learn in 2024?
What we did learn in 2024? Well, the New World Order is a conspiracy theory that hypothesized a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. Let's get some context here for you. Let's correct some misinformation.
Year of elections across the globe is the agenda for the globalists. Will it be New World Order, digital IDs, new pandemics, and less freedom for everyone, all dressed up in a nice little indigenous ceremony? Yeah, same as usual then.
And that's what he's covering. He's covering the World Health Organization, right?
Old order to bring into a new world order, and how can we avoid that new world order becomes like a jungle growing back, and we rather have an order based on international law and the principles that have brought us prosperity and freedom for decades.
That's the conversation being held with Joe Biden's national security advisor, and it's almost as if they're completely unaware that the phrase New World Order has garnered some negative attention in the...
Oh, negative attention right here on YouTube. The New World Order is a conspiracy theory that hypothesizes a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. Conspiracy theory. Right. Conspiracy theory.
Agree with that, or are there ways of what are we able to keep on the positive side from the old order to bring into a new world order, and how can we avoid that new world order becomes like a jungle growing back, and we rather have an order based on international law?
They're completely unaware that the phrase New World Order has garnered some negative attention in the last...
Oh, I wonder why.
Holy moly.
I wonder why.
What?
Few years. Our conversation with Glenn Greenwald's really interesting. He said, what we are in now is an era not like 100 years ago where plutocrats like Rockefeller and Rothschilds would send dollar bills out of their limousine into the hands of peasants gathered outside. Now, with the militarization of the police force, anti-protest laws, online surveillance laws steadily gaining a pace, now the globalists are starting to recognize you can openly say, New World Order, we're in charge, we've got automation, we've got AI. There's enough power coalescing for our opinions to no longer be that significant. Just simply eat your bugs, own nothing, and be happy.
We are, the post-Cold War era has come to a close. We're at the start of something new. We have the capacity to shape what that looks like. And at the heart of it will be many of the core principles and core institutions of the existing order.
Wait a minute. That's not what government's supposed to be. Government's supposed to be out there, to provide police and fire protection and to establish a rule of law and let people do whatever they want to do. Not mandate what's right, what's wrong, and what's true and what's false.
Yeah. The world order is a conspiracy theory. Remember, conspiracy theory.
YouTube has conveniently informed us that the New World Order is a conspiracy theory that hypothesizes a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. Well, isn't that what the World Economic Forum is talking about? Implementing controls and regulations and stifling things even further? Isn't that what the definition of totalitarian world government is? They control everything. We have no say in anything.
Valerie Gates there. I thought the New World Order was Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, and Scott Hall.
Hey!
I like that.
Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me if I was angry.
Holy moly, man.
He's on to something. I wonder what else he talked about.
To happen. A peaceful, just end to this war. The way to get there is more weapons to Ukraine. So
we need to end this war. And how do we end this war? We need to send more weapons to Ukraine to end this war.
Ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Of course it is.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And he even talked about how the World Economic Forum's logo looks like 666. Money is the root of all evil.
Yeah.
How
ironic, eh?
But we're just conspiracy theories. We don't know anything. And YouTube certainly isn't monetizing smoking channels. Nah. They wouldn't monetize
When you call the
cigarette
experts at zero
smoking.
risk in almost zero time, you can enjoy carpets that stay.
Oh, wait a minute. We got to watch an ad before I can prove my point. That this is a cigarette smoking channel. Right.
Wow. Wow, 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 and wow.
If that don't make you want to drink, nothing will.
Roll it, man.
your mind and get ready for the drop.
Listen, I told you guys I'm boring today. Today's alcoholic beverage from me is going to be just a simple little Rebel vanilla latte. Had it before numerous times. Very enjoyable beverage, but definitely not something that I'm ever going to feel, because the wife and I are going to see My Fair Lady. From the Lincoln Center Theater that brought you The King and I in South Pacific comes a sumptuous new production of the most perfect musical of all time. Entertainment Weekly. Lerner and Lowen's My Fair Lady. Director Bartlett Shear's glowing production is thrilling, glorious, and better than it ever was. New York Times. Every so often, a revival comes along that reminds you how indispensable great theater can be. Definitely looking forward to going to see that tonight.
Good film. Well, it was a good movie when it came out. Good thing.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what it's going to be like as a live production. Pittsburgh Cultural Trust is putting it on. It's going to be at the Benedum Center in Pittsburgh, and well, that's the whole reason why.
If they keep it to that period of time, the costumes will be amazing.
All the costumes are going to be amazing, and I honestly am looking forward to some real music, despite my camera not wanting to focus in on my Rebel hard latte. And you go with a trusty treat, or do you have something new?
Well, it is a bit new, but I've had it before. I'm trying a different brand of lager. I've gone for the San Miguel. This is the I believe it's a Spanish lager, but but the but is, this is the ironic thing. This is hypocrisy for you, my friend. There's a Spanish lager, but it is brewed and canned in the UK by Carlsberg Marston's Brewing Company in Wolverhampton.
Fantastic!
That's my dream just being shattered out the window, you know what I mean? But it's a 568 ml can, and the alcohol percentage for this can is 5% volume. So there you go. So my Spanish lager is basically brewed about 100 miles down the road from us.
Lovely.
I'm devastated. But there
Hey,
you
man.
go. Please.
Have you heard about this one? Oh, I gotta open it though. Just two blokes having a tot.
Very sweet one, I remember that. Very nice.
Yeah, well, somebody picked a fight over the weekend with Zine, and they were going to ban it. Well, guess what? Zine fans, welcome to THR Advocacy.
Hell yeah.
Chuck Schumer, I think it was. So here we have the K-Fun with Space Monkey one shot on the BP Mods Tomahawk.
Oh, the K one, very nice.
Oh, I love that. I never had a K-Fun, never been able to find one. I've heard so many people talk about how wonderful it is.
I had one before, but I broke it. I dropped it.
Listen, the only good thing about my YouTube content and that channel was, once I watched that video on that channel, I got recommended a bunch of new stuff that I haven't been recommended before. And I came across a guy in Europe that's doing vape review stuff. Oh, we'll check it out later. But he was doing a similar device to this. Mount to lung, he wrapped his coils. And Kenny, I'm telling you, if this guy can become as big as he is, there's no reason you can't, because he does reviews exactly like you do them. He's got one camera and he just, does the facial view on it. Then he sets it up overhead to do the overhead shot. And, he literally, it's 45 minutes long, his reviews. And they have hundreds of views on them.
45 minutes. Wow. And everybody's saying long reviews bore people. Obviously not.
I don't know what his retention rate is, but they get like 400 views on every one of his videos.
Wow.
He's got like 7,000 or 8,000 subs. But those are the exact kind of devices that he does reviews on all the time.
Kudos to the man. Kudos.
Lovely. What else we got? We don't have any more hand checks posted there, so let me see what I have prepped for you guys. There we go. Hey, where are you going? Why are you on that wrong monitor? There we go. I really want to get my hands on a Chroma 217. Inikin. That is a sexy mod, if I've ever seen one.
Nice. Really looks nice. Looks very comfortable to hold as well.
Yeah. Steve did a review on it when it first came out, and he said that he really loved it. Look at that. The Groose.
Ah, the Groose. The Groose.
Lost Vape. Now, what's this tank on here?
To control a video device with your voice, you need to connect it first. In the Alexa app,
Alexa, stop. And for me, my hand check, classic, still, the Arbiter on the Lost Vape, the Lemon Quest, and that's using that Frusion Clementine Citrus Mango.
Oh, very nice.
I finally finished off. You believe this? I never thought I would actually do this. Flavor Labs, the Flavor Shock,
Really?
Lemon Tart. I plowed through all 200 mils.
Yeah, that's my man.
All 200 mils. That's the very last of it in there. So what am I going to in that afterwards? Oh, I'm going to put in this fried banana split.
Oh, very nice.
It's actually really good. I've been impressed with these juices. They've turned out to be fantastic. And then obviously I still got that smock. Speaking of fried banana split, that's what I have on here. My buddy over there, Kenny, sent me this.
Are you still running that Q boy? Hey, I bet them batteries are lasting you for fucking ever.
Sure are. Especially on this device. It's only running 50 watts.
Wow. Well, I've still got my Bushido or my little Dogpo MVB. Still loving this setup. I've also still got you know what. This is my workhorse. This is what I take to work every day. That goes out with me every day now to work. Still got that. Still got. Well, why wouldn't I? My exploits. I've got a couple there, but I haven't used them for a while. I mean, I've still got this fella here, this Dogpo adapter thing on my nice little SX Mini. I've still got that thing sitting there. No battery.
Exact
Obviously.
same tank.
Yeah. Pretty much, isn't it?
And this is the Riva kit. I like that leather. Silver and leather, blue leather.
I love the SX Mini, like I really do. Like, I was after one for a while. Yeah, that's
I
right.
love how they built that tank to be like a pod, you know?
Pop out. It's awesome.
There is a problem, though. This thing is leaking.
So is mine, 'cause it's been standing for a while.
That's a shame.
I think that's what happens to all of them. I think that's what happens to all of them after they stand for a while, man.
But
I've
not
noticed
all
that with
tanks
some
do
pods.
it. Mate, look at this.
I've noticed that with the pods.
I haven't touched this thing in months. It's been sitting on my desk. Once in a blue moon, I'll pick it up and go. Beautiful, delicious vape. Doesn't leak ever. Aspire coils don't leak.
No, Aspire are pretty good for that. Like, I'll give them that.
But you got Dovpo and Smock coils. You might get, it's hit or miss. You might get one that's never going to leak, and you might get one that I had literally had two smock products I opened up at the same time, did the reviews on them, and I let them sit there side by side. One puked its guts out. The other one kept working and worked for months before I finally ditched it.
I'll drop a battery in this, like, or it's weed out.
Here's our problem. I want us to be able to monetize this show, so let's jump over and take a look at the propaganda that we're not including in our show on a regular basis. Let's sit here and talk about smoking a beautiful fresh cigarette like these Camels.
Oh, yes.
We can monetize our channel.
Hey.
Fully monetize it.
You get fully monetized now.
Get rid of this algorithm rut that we're in. How about some nicotine cigarettes? The smooth taste expectant mothers crave.
Smoking while you're pregnant was a thing in them days as well, wasn't it? Okay.
Hey, man, my belly's bigger than hers. I should be able to enjoy these nicotine cigarettes.
Okay.
No? Not the same thing?
Blame us, don't drop it. You know it's leaked.
I'm expecting something out of you here. Tell me what you really think. Don't blow sunshine up my ass. I'm certainly not going to do that. I don't know where you got your fucking opinion, but I hope you kept the receipt.
I hope you don't blow sunshine up my ass.
You don't know how many times I'm on Twitter, and I'd love to post this.
I meant to put them up for you, but I couldn't get them up on Discord because the file's too big. I'll have to send you them some other way.
How'd you get them?
Of the of YouTube. I see that thing where I got them. I'll drop you the link.
Yeah, look in your history and send me the link to the video.
Yeah, that's better. They're too big a file to send up with them being a video file or something. I don't know. But.
Well played, old chap.
That's us, that is. Yeah, very bad.
I have a green ball in one hand and a green ball in another. So what do I have? Kermit the Frog begging for mercy.
Oh, yeah.
My two favorite hobbies are smoking weed and rescuing stray dogs. That's not a dog, bud.
Hang on. He's kidnapped Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Du, du, du.
Demonetized. You wonder why I have trust issues? It's supposed to be a non-stick frying pan. Can't even get the frickin' label off.
I like that. Holy crap.
Today's kids want an iPhone. When I was a kid, I wanted a 64-pack of Crayolas with a built-in sharpener.
Yes.
You know what the sad part is?
Now, what the pencil sharpeners that I used to love, remember them ones that you had in school that were mounted to the desk and stuck in you one with the handle? I want one of them. They're so cool.
An old pencil sharpener.
So good about them. Yeah, they were brilliant, weren't they? Never went blunt.
Next time we go camping, I'll stop at the old Salvation Army up there, the stores. There's usually a couple of them laying on the shelf there. Pick one up and throw in your Christmas box for next year. Sure.
No, yeah, the windy pencils. Nah,
the old windy pencil sharpeners.
Holy moly. The mint.
And that's the problem at our age. This is what doing a line means at my age right now. Do a whole line of Oreos.
Pretty much the same minute.
You know, a cop pulled me over and said, "Papers?" I said, "Scissors, I win," and drove off. I think he wants a rematch. He's been chasing me for about 45 minutes.
I like that.
I'm a devout Catholic since Nancy Pelosi. You misspelled alcoholic, you greedy old politician wench.
That's class. Love it.
You know what? At our age, we don't give a rat's.
Yeah. You might actually have to decipher.
Except when we see stuff like this and go, what the? Who in their right mind would take a BMW and turn it into a tow truck?
Wow.
When your boss asks you how you're doing halfway through your shift. Yeah, we're making it all right.
I'm hanging on by the skin of your teeth, mate. Oh, no. Hell no. No.
Well, listen, I know VW parts are hard to come by, but what the?
But they seem to forget the VW engine isn't under the hood. It's under the fucking back end.
It's in the boot, yeah. And believe me, the VW engine would never be able to haul that around. They put something else in there. Probably a Rotax engine.
A V8 would be nice.
Oh, and by the way, this is your daily reminder that adults don't like flavors.
Oh, no. No, we don't.
No flavors. We only like tobacco flavor.
Yep. We just like boring, bland, boring shit.
Right. That's why coffee creamers are sold in a multitude of flavors, because we don't like flavors.
Nope.
Hershey's chocolate.
No.
Peppermint.
Disgusting.
Creme brulee.
Nah, that's disgusting. Not allowed.
You only allowed whiskey flavored whiskey. No apple Crown Royal for you. No Malibu coconut rum. No black cherry Curzan rum.
Nope.
You want alcohol, you have to have it straight up.
2 here.
So the question is, should I drink today or drink today and tomorrow? I'm confused. What do I do? I don't know.
Start and see where you end. Start and see where you end.
So you can find a beergasm. The moment when you take the first sip of your beer at the end of the workday.
Oh, yes. I can totally relate to that. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
We like to educate our viewers here on the Hunky Vape channel. So sometimes vocabulary is going to be a part of the integral dad joke section. Sippity-doo-dah, sippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day.
Wonderful day.
Slow ride. Take it easy. You call it nagging, God. I call it listen to what I fucking said the first time.
That's so true.
Wait a minute. Baked chocolate chip cookie dough.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's just a regular cookie.
Pretty much, you know.
You know, there comes a time in a man's life when everything starts to hurt. And then you realize why Dad was such a grumpy SOB.
Yeah,
that's a fact, Jack.
The relating process is rather fucking...
And if you want to know why we bitch about the economy being so bad and why the healthcare system in the United States sucks so bad, back in 1943, when Eleanor Davis had her child, the total hospital bill came to $29.50.
Jesus. Fucking hell.
You won't even get an aspirin in the hospital nowadays for $29.50.
You wouldn't even get through the fucking front door for $29.50. Damn, man.
You know, due to recent setbacks, my ripped beach body will be postponed another year. Thank you for your understanding, Old Guy Fitness.
Jesus Christ.
You know, the United States is the third in murders throughout the world. But if you discount Chicago, Detroit, and Washington, and New Orleans, the United States dropped to the fourth from the bottom of the exact same list. Coincidentally, those four cities, Chicago, Detroit, Washington, and New Orleans, also have the toughest gun laws in the entire country. Wow. Prohibition doesn't work and usually has unintended consequences, making the situation way worse. I got a simple solution to the problem, mate. Mandatory concealed carry. That's never enforced. Put that law on the books and never enforce it. Mandatory concealed carry. You want to have a drop in crime rate? That'll be a drop in crime rate. When the crooks don't know who's carrying and who isn't, do you really want to take a chance and rob this coffee shop?
I know what I'd be thinking. No way.
Hey man, whatever it takes, I'm going fishing.
I call that dedication, mate. Not just stupidity, it's fucking dedication, that, mate.
Hell yeah. Could have put some flags on it, though, because it's an oversized load.
Like you said, whatever it takes.
I don't know why we ended up on this gun kick here, but Honduras has a population of 8.2 million and bans its citizens from owning guns. Has the highest homicide rate in the entire world. Switzerland has a population of 8.2 million and requires citizens to own guns. Also has the lowest homicide rate in the entire world. Coincidence?
Interesting.
Sorry, folks, America's closed. The moose off front should have told you. I'm a campaholic on the road to recovery. Just kidding. I'm on my way to the campground.
Exactly. Bye.
No, I was just talking about how things have gotten so tight lately that we might have to give up our campground next year. We already paid for it for this year, but it's like if the prices keep getting worse, I'm not gonna be able to afford to go camping anymore.
Kind of outpriced, isn't it?
Yeah. Kenny, the airport called and they found your luggage.
Awesome.
What is all that?
Shh.
No wonder your wife's got such a big smile on her face all the time.
Experimental.
What better way to explain social media than by using this image? Not everything you see is as perfect as they want you to believe.
So true. Wow, that's so true.
How to politely tell someone that they're stupid. Wisdom has been chasing you, but you have always been faster.
Very clever. I like that.
And if you want some real fun, just move to Golden, Colorado, where if you go to the drive-through liquor store, you get a free dime bag with your purchase. Completely legal. Me sliding my straw in and out of my McDonald's cup.
Definitely relate to that.
Hey man, I think we should try and redo these lyrics. Right?
The devil went down to Georgia. Oh my God.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. Right? We can change it. The FDA went down to Georgia. He was looking for a vape to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind what the politicians wanted him to deal. What do you think? We could do it.
Yeah.
Pull your guitar out of your old case. Teach me how to play it.
When he came across,
I'm sure it would sound better than my McDonald's cup.
When he came across a man who was sucking at a Titan mod.
With no DNA board to steal.
Yeah. Interesting.
You know, they want to cry the blues about disposables being such an environmental hazard, right? Me being a security expert, I'm quite familiar with these devices here. These are security tokens, hardware security tokens, used by government facilities, research labs, universities, and a bunch of other places, right? You know, things are single-use device. They have an expiration date. Tell me how retarded this is. They could very easily go in and recode all these things using modern technology, but no, they're binned. They're good for 2 years, and then you got to bin them.
Wow. Here, speaking of technology, have you heard the news? What that Musk has done now? Holy moly!
Elon Musk?
Yeah, you not seen the fucking shit he's done with the brain thing now.
About planning AI, yeah. There's a bunch of conversation about Elon. He dropped out of being first place in the world to being the richest man in the world because Tesla stock options dropped 20% or some crap.
This is the thing, the FDA approved him to try human trials. And he has done, apparently.
Yep. And the reason that's making such big hay is because he needs to prove that he's a technology company and that Tesla isn't just another ordinary car company.
I think the thing behind it is for people who suffer like paralysis or something. It's supposed to try and gain them some kind of movement again. But that's just the start of it. Imagine that. Imagine that if it advances and they can actually put an implant in your brain and control you, man. Fucking hell. I'm telling you, Terminator, I'm telling you. The
$6 million man. We saw when we were growing up, man. The Bionic Woman.
Skylab. Yep, he's gonna have a new company called Skylab. You watch. Mark my words. Population control will be done by AI.
I don't know, man.
All doom and gloom.
Can't be any worse than what it is dealing with real human beings. I called an order to 1 pepperoni pizza, and this is what I got.
1 pepperoni. Well, you did steal it after all.
Well, I didn't put any punctuation in there. Maybe I should have. I would like 1 pepperoni pizza. I was in a rush to order, and this is what I got.
Not 1 pepperoni on me pizza. That's probably where they got confused.
Yeah, I didn't want a cheese pizza. Listen, I got fired from my job at the bank today. A woman asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. And she fell.
I'm sorry, but...
The roof console on my truck fell down yesterday, and it was as shocked as I was. Life is short. Lick the bowl.
Hell no.
Leave the damn sign in the kitchen where it belongs.
Hell no.
Why? I think it's funnier here. The dogs have no problem doing what the sign says.
No, dogs don't care.
Do you care about this? MC Hammer?
Can't touch this.
I decided to sell the vacuum cleaner. All I was doing was gathering dust. William, I did see your thing in chat saying to recheck the Facebook page. We'll do that before we're done. Because I can't fight this feeling anymore. Oreo Speedwagon. Gotta do a line. Gotta do a line, man.
Gotta do a line of Oreo Speedwagon. Jesus Christ.
So I started a swear jar yesterday, and I think I'm making pretty good progress.
That would work well in this house. Jesus.
What do you fucking think? Pretty good, huh? Hasn't changed my, as long as I only need to put penny in there for each time I do it, we'll be all right.
With $1 in, you'd be a millionaire in a week.
Be able to pay for camping, no problem.
Easy.
This is how we stole memes back in the day. It wasn't just cassette tapes with the DJ. Silly putty on the comics.
Yeah, fucking hell. Used to work with Plasticine as well. Plasticine or Plasticine. I mean, you were similar stuff.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you want a pair of extremely rare sneakers? My daughter would love them. She'd tear them up.
Holy moly.
Things are getting bad here in the States, man. Cooking directions. Pan fry slowly on low-medium heat until bacon renders and is cooked to your desired crispiness. If you really don't know how to cook bacon, please contact your elected officials and complain about our education system. Every American should know how to cook bacon. Seriously.
That's fucking class, huh? What's the matter with you?
Don't know how to cook bacon?
I think those people don't like fry an egg.
I wonder if it has anything to do with this. The CDC immunization schedule in utero to 12 months. When we were growing up, we got our DPT and our OPV and our polio.
Yeah, we have polio.
Modern kids nowadays need to get all of these.
Holy moly.
You wonder why Robert Kennedy's crying the blues about vaccine safety. Hey man, what do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And just for those of you out there that don't realize this, these are journalists who risk everything to reveal the truth to the people. These blokes in the middle are actually corporate hacks who get paid to sell lies to the people. And that's because the media isn't journalism anymore. It's a public relations firm for government and corporations. Journalism, back when we were growing up and when we used to have the daily paper, was what they printed something that nobody wanted printed. That was the point of journalism, to uncover the truth. They were all hiding behind, not propagandizing to unify the consensus. I really like this one. This cartoon. How many socks do you lose in the washer and dryer?
Every day.
You know they went in the laundry hamper together, but they never come back up after you get done washing and drying them.
Nope.
So I thought it was kind of cute. A bunch of little socks got together, and I hope you find them. Tug on the rope, and we'll pull you both out.
We've got a bag out there full of odd socks. One sock. All the little meals that my partners have just disappeared. They've just wandered off.
The water pump went in our washer, and I had to like pull the thing away from the wall so I could pull the cover off of it and stuff to change the pump out. You better look behind your washer and dryer, because sometimes I don't know how it gets back there. It must like have a jumping jelly bean inside of the sock when it goes in the washer, because it was like behind it. I don't know how it would get behind there.
Science, man. You cannot change the laws of physics.
Hey, since the government's giving parenting advice by putting these institutions and bans on vaping products to protect our kids, I'm going to give you a little parenting advice that I used on my own daughter. You got a teen that won't clean her room? Go grab a bag of black rice from the grocery store and sprinkle it around her room to resemble mouse droppings. The girl of mine totally thought that they were mouse droppings in her room, and she cleaned it from top to bottom in high heels so the mouse wouldn't run up her feet. You can also follow me for more mom tips.
That's awesome. That's brilliant.
It works. I did this. My daughter
No
come up,
shit.
she's like, what are these? I'm like, oh, that looks like mouse droppings. I told you not to eat in your bedroom. What? I said, you better clean that room from top to bottom. Make sure there's no mouse nest in there. Wow, I've never seen that room cleaner in my entire life.
But have you ever told
And
her
I
the
want to know
truth,
how
though?
come they didn't do this when I was DJing at the club. Huh? Having a line on your receipt where you could tip the live music.
Ah.
Tip the DJ. Tip the entertainers. No. We got a bucket sitting next to us that they could toss money in if they wanted to donate.
It'd be classed as taxable income, mate, if it's on a receipt.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing now. That's where my wife's is now. And they don't even get to pay out of the daily tips. They have to wait until it's on their paycheck.
Shocking, that. Absolutely shocking.
A bit of good news for you. Time travel is almost legal in Texas, where their speed limit is 85 miles an hour. Now, if we can just get the politicians to budge 1 more mile an hour, well, time travel will be legal in Texas.
There you go.
Hell yeah. You wonder why there's so many fat people like me in this country? Here's how they sell Reese's.
Holy moly.
In a bucket.
1990 for a bucket. Fucking hell. Wow.
10-pound bucket of Reese's cups, $20. I love reading. Surrounded by idiots? The 4 types of human behavior and how to understand those who cannot be understood.
Thomas Erickson.
I'm gonna have to get that book. The best part of waking up is soldiers in your cup.
Jeez. God.
No? All right. Here's one you'll like. Debbie Drive. At the corner of Debbie Drive and Garfield Drive, there's a stop sign that says traffic on Debbie does not stop.
Okay.
Wow. Sounds like a train.
That's what I'm saying. No give way, just fucking go.
So since you didn't like that one, here's an El Camino Camaro for you.
That's odd.
Somebody took
That's
a Camaro and tried to make it like a El Camino.
Oh my God.
I put googly eyes on my trash can now, so it looks concerned whenever it starts getting full. Should try that with my daughter. See if she actually empties it when it gets full, or waits until the lid has to come off because there's garbage piled underneath it.
It's like that in here. I'm the bin emptier in this house. Nobody else knows what to do with it.
Here's a beautiful business card you can put in your wallet and dispense appropriately. You suck at parking. Seriously. The way you pulled in makes me wish your dad had pulled out. There are lines for a reason. Have a nice day. My mom posted this on Facebook. I'm never lonely because I have 4 men in my life. I get up with Charlie Horse, I spend the day with arthritis, and I dine with willpower, and I go to bed with Ben Gay.
Very clever. Very clever.
And here's why the world's going to shit, mate.
Oh. Really?
What?
Booty hole brown. Wow.
But we need to ban vapes to protect the kids.
Holy.
Nothing wrong with crayons.
If you pardon the pun, holy shit.
Okay, class, we have a very limited supply of crayons, so everybody's going to get 2 colors, and you have to use the color's name to decide what you're going to color with it, okay? I don't want any green stop signs now, all right? So here's your crayons, folks, okay? Here's your booty hole brown. I wonder what you're going to draw with this lovely color of Crayola.
Imagine that. Oh, God. I need another crayon to finish me drawing. What colour? Oh, shit brown.
Speaking of shit brown.
Oh, come on.
What the fuck?
Really? That's not safe. That cannot be safe.
Why?
How do people get these?
It's a big GMC 3500. There used to be a box truck, but the box got wrecked when they drove it under a low bridge. So they just took and bought a regular pickup bed and threw it on. That frame's solid as you can be.
Imagine the turning circle. How the fuck are you going to get that around a corner?
You get used to it. I drove a big aerial tower in a little town, driving through the alleys and such. 110-foot aerial. They had a 100-foot snorkel I drove around the same alleys. Makes that thing look like a Matchbox car. And because we revised our privacy policy once again, you now get your door back at the bathroom.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
Lovely. They definitely had some ingenuity during World War II. Look at the drive system on this motorcycle. Two-wheel drive motorcycle.
It's got front and rear wheel drive, so it's like an equivalent of a 4-wheel drive, basically. That's so clever.
Sure is.
They've got a drive shaft connected to it, for fuck's sake. How the hell are they connected to
CV
that
shaft?
drive shaft?
Got a double CV shaft here. And a PTO output on the motor.
That's so clever, because the gearbox on a bike's underneath the engine, isn't it? So, wow.
Love it.
See? Engineering in its finest form, mate.
Remember last week we were talking about, cars getting running over different things, dogs, cats, and tick marking them off. Well, I didn't realize this is a real thing. Somebody sent me this and said, this is a real thing. When you race other cars, they actually put tick marks on there to say how many cars you beat and what brand they were.
It's beating some nice high-end brands as well, isn't it?
That sucked. Now what?
How to embrace my joy in chaos and find magic in the mess. I like that.
Man, when being a fireman was fun before they screwed it all up. Being able to ride the dovetail on the back of the fire truck. Back then, you didn't even have to wear bunker pants. You just had a big coat that was long and went down past your knees.
Yeah, political correctness, man.
No, they had to do it for safety purposes. Except now they started dying in fires because they didn't realize they were in over their frickin' head before it was too late because they had so much safety protection on, they couldn't feel how hot the building was.
Right.
Never had that problem back then. Back then, if it was too hot to go in than what you were wearing, guess what? It was a surround and drown. Stop it from spreading to the neighbor and just let the building burn down.
Yeah.
There's already a loss. What's the point?
If you just had a big coat on, if your balls started getting hot, you knew you were on fire.
You knew it was too hot to be in there. Not nowadays, man. The bunker coats that are on there, you could be in the freaking 1,500 degree temperature and not realize it until 5 minutes later when your bunker gear's burning off of you.
Actually, Mallory Gates, touching on that, you like to see a smart car, those tick marks on. Search up YouTube smart car with a Suzuki Hayabusa engine in it. That will beat them cars. Trust us. It's what's this? Hayabusa's a 600 or 1000cc motorcycle engine in. That thing can go.
I bet you can't find hotels like this anymore. Honest to goodness signage.
Oh.
A cheap motel for intercourse with a near stranger.
What kind of hotel, eh?
Meanwhile, in Michigan, a pothole patching crew gets stuck in a pothole.
Karma has bit you in the ass, mate.
That's what happens when you wait too long to fill these things up.
Oh, wait, where's ours is murder? Absolutely murder.
And there's Kenny posing for a picture, holding his mom's cigarette while she zips up his coat.
That's been known. Hold this. Zip. Right, give it back.
Pay no attention to the fact that he was wearing a skirt. Shh. How many of you all know what this hole's for? Wait a minute, that didn't sound too good after that last hotel thing I was showing you.
I had to double check. You've got me baffled on that one, like.
For those of you that are listening to this as a podcast and aren't watching the video because you're driving, don't look at the screen. It's simply an old 70s car that has a single slot hole in the bumper. A nice solid steel bumper. Remember they used to have these things called bumper jacks? You would take the jack and you would put it into a steel plate and a little hook would fit into the bumper and you would bumper jack the car up to change a tire.
So you lifted your car up by its bumper?
Yes.
Holy shit. That must be some fucking bumper on the front of there. I mean...
They were. Not like the bumpers we got nowadays.
You tear it off.
All right. Here's something for you guys in chat. Name a song that will never get old for you.
God, I can name a few.
Go ahead, you can get it started.
Unchained Melody, The Righteous Brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? For my love. Yeah? I watched a video of that the other day in the 60s when he'd done it live. My God, what a voice that man had. Holy shit, could he hit some notes.
AC/DC, Back in Black.
Back in Black. Yeah, I get that. I was thinking
Starship.
Roads.
We built this city.
Yeah.
Lad Baby is a UK channel, I think on YouTube. Lad Baby did a song, a parody song, and they were singing it. We built this city on sausage rolls. My wife even ordered a t-shirt.
We had a parody of that. It was a bit more ruder. We built this city on cock and dole, which is welfare.
Thunderstruck, Thunder Jeep.
You've got to have the classic, haven't you? Journey. Don't stop
believing.
Yeah, that's got to be
Hang
one.
on to this feeling.
Yeah.
Today's kids are soft. I died once when I was 5, and Mom told me to walk it off.
Yeah. Holy shit, yeah, Mother Dears, man.
Remember the jungle gyms and the freaking park toys that they had? Those merry-go-round things that you would spin around?
Yeah, man. We were dangerous nowadays. We were bringing daredevils, weren't we? We didn't give
Sure
a
were. We would like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs. That is all.
Yeah, pretty much correct.
We must take away your plastic straws wrapped in paper and force you all to use paper straws wrapped in plastic.
Makes sense.
I know nothing.
Definitely makes sense. Really?
1984 world, mate. How many of y'all had one of these growing up?
Telephone directory. The little telephone book.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
Metal slides. You get the 3rd degree burn when you went down on it in the summertime because the sun made them so bloody hot. Your ass cheek stuck the whole way going down it.
Oh, yes.
Would have been better if they made it out of sandpaper.
Remember them. Still getting some of the parks around here, like metal slides. Jesus.
Yeah, there's still a couple left.
Tell you what we
Services
used to do,
provided. If you ever get ghosted by a person you just slept with, give me their number. I'll call them and tell them that we just found your body and they are the last known person to see you alive, and demand that they come to the station to answer a few questions.
I was just seeing, touched on them metal slides. In the winter, when it was frosty, we'd go out and pour water over it. So when it froze, it was ice. That was fun. You used to freeze them up for ice. You used to fucking fly down them.
Hell yeah.
Them were the tears, eh? Simple life.
Remember I was talking about critical life skills that you're supposed to pick up as, a child and how they'll impact you the rest of your life? Well, this picture here shows that these people did not play those games when they were growing up. There is no way that mattress is going to fit into that car.
Not the square peg and the round hole syndrome. Please, no.
Don't tell me what to do. I'll get it in there. Don't you worry. Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Have a nice
Cut the
day.
roof off. Cut the roof off. We'll chop the roof off. Bollocks. That's what I'm saying. She would destroy the car to get that mattress on board. She would literally cut the roof off so she could get the mattress on that back seat.
Why don't you just put it on top of the car in the first place? Call it a day. Life must have been so boring when you were growing up. No cell phones. Nah, man, we managed. We'll spin the bottle.
Spin the bottle. Way I. God almighty. Life was so much simpler then, man.
So let's go to Stevie with the weather. Thunder only happens when it's raining. I can't sing like Stevie, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I could go around with a trench coat and sell a bunch of black market stuff for people that want to buy their stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Even though the government banned it. Flavored vape juice inside.
That's awesome.
You can park right at the city park.
That's a good idea.
And when the cop pulls you over, you say, I didn't say I was selling it. I just said I had some here. Did you want to look at the beautiful colors? Are they attractive to you?
I have a sexual fantasy over
Hmm.
them.
Tobacco control when someone says the nicotine is not addictive. There's scientific studies that show you when you divorce nicotine from combustion, it isn't addictive. Could be habit forming, but it's not addictive.
How would Percy say that man in the middle is kind of fucked?
Hey, Monday, you left us at my house. I think it's quite fitting that Mr. Rogers was the one that would let us know this.
Very fitting.
Q.
Question.
Are there any other race called by other letters of the alphabet? Well, yes, I have a friend called Y and had 3 agents on Earth during the first Christmas. The 3 wise men.
Oh. Come on.
I saved this one for my daughter. That moment when your dad uses your phone.
Oh, don't look. Don't look.
Don't look.
I can't even get my hands on my daughter's phone. There's no way.
Somebody might end up being grounded for the rest of their natural youth. But adults don't like flavors. More pictorial evidence to demonstrate that adults do not like flavors. All these flavors are just for kids. They're marketed for kids.
Yeah. And on perfect display for everyone to see.
And why punctuation and spelling matters. And don't believe autocorrect will catch all your errors. Samsung. The penis mightier than a finger.
It's actually quite a true statement when you think about it. I always thought it was the pen is mightier than the sword. Never mind.
Well, I don't know about that. And it can't all be jokes in the dad joke section. I got to give you a little bit of advice that's actually worth listening to because it is the truest of all truest statements. The greatest gift you can give someone is your time. Because when you dedicate your time, you are offering a part of your life that you will never get back.
Exactly.
It's just take a little prick and your life is screwed.
Pretty much.
And if you're the man and they fold it in half, you're definitely screwed.
Oh, without a doubt.
Thank you for listening. But wait, there's more.
Really?
That's an absolute fucking joke.
Good old Gordon Ramsay, yeah.
Please don't dial 911. These are screams of pleasure.
Look at you, eh?
So yeah, that really was a thing that we saw a while back. Here's another picture of it.
I don't know, you know, like if it's a big engine BM, like a 5 litre or something, it would still do the job.
But it looks fugly as hell.
It looks shit, but it'd still have the power to do the job. You know what I mean? It's an old, it looks like an old M5, isn't it? An old 5 series.
Mm-hmm.
Nice car. Jamie's.
I can't feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it. But I love it.
Oh, God.
You can draw a line in the sand with that one, mate.
True, right? Yep. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
All right, so
Awesome.
I'm going to refresh this page. William Dobson said he popped another one on there.
Yeah, you want to see his hand check, didn't he? Put a hand check on there, did he not?
Yes, 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 yes.
You certainly did. Is it worth the wait? Is it worth the wait?
Few more comments. Oh, yes, we do. We have William Dobson put on there the Purge. Fallout with matching Purge RDTA. Just for Kenny.
That was well worth the wait. That was well worth the wait, my friend. Yes.
And Billy Lee Rice has hers as well. Once again.
It's organized. Organization. I've missed a picture of the drawers. I don't really look at your mods. I look at your drawers. look at the organization, man.
Hey, mate, I think
I'm
she's
going
married.
with
You better not be talking about her drawers.
Oh shit! Sorry, I do apologize. Is that the mixed side by side? I've got that. It's mint.
That is gorgeous.
Sure,
And we
it's the
got
mix.
CC Coils. Fuse Clapton.
Yeah.
We got a beautiful thing there. We got Luscious E-Liquid Banana Butterscotch Custard. Adults don't like flavors. Why do we keep seeing all these flavors? Adults only want tobacco.
I'll tell you what I was going to look at. About a minute. Yeah. E-G-U-I-T-E. Well,
here you go, mate. There's the guy I was talking about. Net Vaper. You ever see him before?
No.
Welcome to NET Vapor Reviews. I am holding in my hand an RTA, mouse long RTA, that you'll recognize straight away. That is the Bishop by Ambition Mods and the Vaping Gentleman Club. Original, meaning version 1. When I reviewed this quite some time ago, I realized straight away that this is a winning formula. And my review at the time reflected it.
And he loves the V2 just as much. Not to stop you from going to watch his review, but you wouldn't be in good company if you did. 5 days ago.
Where's he from?
I don't know. 11,000 views 5 days ago.
Holy shit. So I'm just wondering which country he's in.
I don't know. In-depth reviews on mouth-to-lung RTAs and general vaping gear.
I'll tell you something. Here's a little bit of news. Right, you've heard of Nevins, the juice mix, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you know that he's teamed up with a guy called Pugs and produced his own e-liquid brands?
Oh, fantastic.
It's called Fluids, and if you bear with us, I'll see if I can show. How do I do that again? Give us a minute. I'll put that one on. There you go. They've devised a new line of e-liquids called Fluids. It's Nevins and Pugs. And they reckon they are really good. But they've only just released them. They're just out. They're out on the sale. And he's done some nice, I don't know if you can see, but he's done a blue raspberry cream soda vanilla, a pineapple cake cherry jam, peach lemonade garden mint, lemon curd yuzu pastry icing sugar. They've done jam roly-poly, mango syrup, cherry tobacco, gummy bears, aniseed menthol, and Yorkshire Sipper. But then, yeah, they reckon that the jam one they've got is supposed to be absolutely amazing.
William wants to know how come they don't have a tea and biscuits.
They're still, I see these are just a launch, so I'd imagine.
I'm just kidding. That's not what his actual message said. It says, I saw a juice line that was tea and biscuits. Is a strange one.
Oh, it's lovely.
Isn't it amazing how there's so many things that we don't have in flavors available to us as vapors? Somebody was talking on one of the chat forums the other day about how they don't have like a hamburger or steak vape.
There is some though where you've got to draw the line, though, isn't there?
I would still like to find that one, that guy in the UK that did the Big Mac e-liquid.
I heard, but I don't know who done it. don't know who done it. I heard a rumor somebody in the UK done one.
It's been so long since I've seen it. I think it was during COVID that I saw that.
What's that? Did you get it? Andrew Kaiser is saying, I don't know, did you get it mango yet?
The mango vape we made last week?
Oh, the mango. Ah, I thought it said, I was going to say mango? Right at the end.
I tried this the other day, and I was surprised at how much that marshmallow has come through now.
Ah.
I didn't get any of that the first day.
I'll tell you what I've been hitting after it's had a nice little bit of a steep. It's really nice. Ah.
That creates custard.
Oh. When I first tried it, a little bit better. I'll leave it. Oh.
And that's the other thing. You can't always rely on the knuckle test. It vapes completely different. And sometimes I've had ones I've tried a knuckle test on and go, ooh, that's too pungent, too strong, or too this or that. And you put it in a vape and all of a sudden it's just the right balance of flavors to fully saturate your palate.
Oh, I only opened that on Friday.
Whoa.
That's just Friday.
And what are you vaping that in? It's not the Titan.
Yeah, over there. Oh.
The Arbiter can really plow through liquid when you really love the flavor.
What came through when I tried it first, you had that like the bitter custard taste, like the vanilla pod. I thought, it's a bit. But now that is just gone. It's the sweetness is there now, and it's
It's like when I first mixed this up last week and I tried it. I'm like, the WS23 was way too strong in there for my liking, which I don't dock it because of it, because I'm not one of those ones that typically like cooling. I've added cooling sometimes just to take the edge off of something or to enhance the mouthfeel of something. But now after sitting here a week, I mean, that mango isn't as punchy as it was. You've got that beautiful marshmallow bit in there, and the cooling is turned more into a throat hit and a sensation of slight cooling. Like, I thought it was too strong last week, but it's definitely a very enjoyable vape.
So it's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just the right amount of sweetness, too. Really surprised.
Awesome. But it is nice when a recipe does turn out good, when it's spot on.
It's not necessarily my cup of tea, and my wife doesn't like the icing, the cooling sensation in it. She picked up on it right away.
I'm not a fan of that, like cooling. I'll get on to that.
But, yeah, it's nice. I enjoy it.
Lovely, jubbly, matey.
After a week, I'd say it's moved up into like an 8 out of 10.
Good.
In order for me to get a more favorable rating for it, I would want to be able to taste that mango again, not it be intermingled with that marshmallow. It tastes like mango flavored marshmallow.
Maybe like the mango a bit more prominent.
Yeah. And in order to do that, you can't use a single mango flavor. You almost need to have, one or two more mangoes in there, or an accent flavor to enhance the brightness of the mango. Like this, the citrus in this one isn't just a plain citrus. It isn't just clementines. It isn't just orange. The clementines and the mango work together, to create a symphony of flavors on your palate. And it is very juicy and very flavorful, and just the right amount of sweetness to be what you would expect from a fruit. That's kind of missing in this aspect of it. It's kind of a simple recipe, but some people love simple recipes, and that's all they want.
Oh, yeah.
I know people that
Sometimes-
literally just go out and they'll buy flavors that they like and they'll single flavor, not test them, vape them.
Yeah. Oh,
You know, they'll just vape an apple, or they'll just vape an orange, or just vape a mango.
That's the beauty of it, though, isn't it? You can do that. You know what I mean?
And they're constantly switching back and forth between them, so it's like a beautiful medley that they enjoy on a consistent basis. And you don't get vapor's tongue because you're always swapping it up.
That's right, yeah.
But that was a beautiful, delicious recipe last week. Really enjoying that.
Good, good, good. Good, good, good.
And speaking of revisiting recipes, we did that orange Julius.
Oh, yes.
Holy cow, did that recipe settle together and give you a beautiful experience, exactly like I just pulled out of Dairy Queen's drive-thru, and I'm sitting there drinking an orange Julius. The only thing missing from this is that cooling, that icy feel to it. But it is delicious.
Would you want that, though? That's the thing.
I'm not opposed to trying anything. Definitely not going to go to waste. I'm going to use that bottle up and sit here and drip on it. That's what I love about these little bottles. When we've switched to making these little 10 ml bottles, nothing will ever go to waste. Because even if it's bad, I could plow through that in a couple hours.
Without a doubt. Love it.
Awesome.
Love it.
All right, you want to do a random recipe, or do you want to jump to the retro vape, or do you want to jump to the OBS? What you feeling?
We'll do OBS. We'll do it together. We'll do the OBS. All right, I'll
Okay.
get mine sorted now. We'll dig them out. Where's mine? Take mine out. You unbox, I'll vape. It'll be pretty straightforward and simple, this one, because I thought it was a rebuildable, but it's not. It's a stock coiler, but
Stock coil.
It looks interesting. Yeah, but it looks interesting. And the reviews, I've looked at a few reviews, and everybody's saying it's the 0.6 coil's good, the 1.2 isn't so good, but I think these ones come with 2.6s, so rock and roll, mate, rock and roll.
Alrighty, up for your entertainment today. I have this beautiful OBS Cube Mini.
Me too.
Lovely tank. Pull
Just
my
for the guys-
prohibited.
Oh, your prohibited thing, yeah. Just for you guys that's watching this tank did come in a kit form with the OBS Mini mod. A lot of people bought it with the kit, but you know they did start to sell the tank separate.
And to pair up with this, I've got the OBS Cube fingerprint.
That's kind of what it goes on, my man.
Should pair up nicely.
I do not own an OBS mod. I wonder why. Why have I not got an OBS mod?
I don't know.
That's very strange because I do like OBS stuff.
Here's the OBS Cube mini tank. Contents. Breakdown of the parts. It's 21 millimeters in diameter, 42 millimeters tall, and it's supposed to weigh 36 grams with a 2 ml capacity. spare coil.
Very small, very little dainty little device, isn't it?
It's a dainty little coil.
Isn't it? So dainty.
0.6 ohms. That's the S1 mesh coil. Look at that mesh in there.
I think the 0.6 is the one everyone prefers because I think the 1.2 is a wire, round wire coil. I think that was the thinking behind it.
And then here's the tank. This is S1 mesh coil. 0.6 ohm.
Such a dandy little thing.
It sure is. And so this is just the spare coil. I love that. I'm going to put that back in the plastic wrap. Throw back in the packaging. Also included, we have a spare glass and a spare set of O-rings. Love that. Love when they include those parts. I'll put the coil in there. So for today, I think we're going to try the Frusion Juice Company Spoonful, Fruit Loops, and milk.
Check out the fill form, mate. Right? It's a slidey fill pour, right? Where that little teardrop is. Now push again. Push it off even further. It comes off.
Oh, it's got a little stainless steel ball there.
That's so you can change that rubber gasket if you need to change it. That's the thinking behind it. And that's so cool.
That is fantastic. That's way easier than the smock ones I've had to deal with.
But it's not such a good idea.
Yeah. Love it. Time to give this a little knuckle test. Holy crap. This is the first time I've had a Fruit Loop cereal that I think I'm actually going to enjoy. Normally I've tried the Fruit Loop cereal before and they were like that mango that we were just trying out. It's like it's missing the brightness and the crispness. This is legit a fusion of flavors.
Wow.
Throw a drop in there. Screw this back on. Oh, that's fantastic. Don't even have to remove the drip tip. The hole's just big enough for this 100 ml bottle to easily fill it.
I mean, on the downside, there's a small tank. I mean, I know you can get a bubble glass, but it's only like 3 mil, I think, the bubble glass.
But you know what? In the UK, you guys you're limited to 2 mils.
But check out the airflow, mate. That
is buttery smooth.
That's no, you know that there. That's restricted direct to lung. Yeah. Twist it all the way around again. Right, twist it all the way around, and now you've got mouth to lung. It's dual purpose.
No kidding.
There's a mouth to lung and a direct to lung tank. And you can have that as tight as you want.
Have you mouth to lung this?
Cool? I am actually trying it first time with you. I've just unboxed it, filled it, and sat it on there. So I'm going to try it exactly the same time as you. Never tried it yet.
Mate, if I would have known that, I could have easily put in a 30 milligram.
Doesn't make any difference. Apparently, it works
to mouth
very
to lung
well.
it.
It works quite well, apparently. I've looked at a few reviews and everybody's saying, oh, it should have salts in. Works perfectly well with your regular juice.
Well, of course it does, but I'm not going to be getting very much out of this other than the flavor out of a 3 milligram in a mouth to lung configuration.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people DTL it. A lot of people just direct along it.
And I can see why. All right, so what's the wattage I'm supposed to be running this at? I didn't see any recommendations on the coil.
I would say about 0.6, about 25 starts. See where you are there? So I've set this at 25.6. I mean,
I was looking to see if they actually gave you a recommendation on it, but I don't see one.
I was just wondering. Set the old calculator here, wherever it is.
Let me look on the back of the package.
For a cool vape, this is recommending 21.6 watts. For a nice middle-of-the-road vape, vapor-wise, 25.5 watts. And if you want it slightly warmer, 29.4 watts.
Pull that off. I don't want to singe that coil. 65 watts.
25 watts. That's where I'm going to start it at. So tiny though. I just think it's so dainty. I think it looks so cute. So cute.
All right, so how do we adjust this?
Oh, well, it's locked for some reason there, isn't it? Oh, fingerprint, very posh.
Normally both of the up and down buttons together will lock and unlock it, but it's not letting me do that.
Fire button and up or down.
No finger data.
Yeah.
Three clicks doesn't do it.
Hi, Dusty. Welcome.
3 clicks of the down button to unlock it.
Oh. There you go.
And you're talking 22 watts to start.
Yeah, I'm hitting 20. I'm hitting with 25. That would actually fit on that cuboid, wouldn't it? Was it 21 mil or something? That would fit on that cuboid. It would look so dainty on it. Look at this. It sits quite nice on that OBS cube, like. Looks quite nice.
Sure
on
does.
That.
Very appropriate.
I've got on the SX Mini. Look at it, man. It's fucking tiny. Sitting there down there. Look, it's tiny.
It's tiny on there.
The size of the plate, man, for your That's so cool.
Side-by-side comparison with the Arbiter.
Yeah, man. It's tiny. 25 watts. Ready to have a go? Or you got to outstroke a bit?
I'm going to break it in at 21 watts.
There we go. I'm on 25-ish. Well, it's gone up now, but no. Holy fuck, that's quite good.
That e-liquid tastes exactly like Fruit Loops. Jesus.
The flavor's really good off that, mate, isn't it? Wow.
The brightness of the Fruit Loops comes through in this. It's not a muddled mess of fruity flavors. Like, it legit tastes like, you know, if you had a little bowl of Fruit Loops here and you're just sitting there snacking them.
What the fuck's that mean?
What's that?
What's that? Bad? Barcode being shown.
Oh, the barcode thingy from the label, the safety card probably was displayed or visible.
Oh, my apologies.
Fortunately, the scratch that's on the side of these is partially blocked off. It's an incomplete barcode. Until you scratch it off, it's not visible. Now, the Instagram and Facebook for the company is on the other ones, but that's not a place to where they're selling them.
Got you. Yeah, it's covered up, Mallory. Not too much. Not too bad. If we get a strike, so what? I tell you, this is for a little dinky thing. It's not too bad, is it?
That's a very enjoyable vape from such a tiny little tank.
The direct lung, it is very restricted, but it's so
smooth.
It's tight, isn't it? But it's not. It's smooth, or it's not get tight, is it?
It doesn't have any sponginess to it. A lot of the times when you get those very restricted ones like that, you get a lot of sponginess to the airflow. Like you'll pull really hard on it and it'll like work its way up to, you know, moving the airflow through it. This one's instantaneous.
I mean, for a little thing, look at the clouds it's producing is pretty half decent as well.
And look at that drip tip. Look how beveled that is. That is so comfortable in the mouth.
It chucks out a kind of bit of vape over the size of it, doesn't it?
Sure does. This would be perfect for a smoker moving to vaping.
I think it was like a starter kit with the Cube Mini when it was released, and as a kit. Not alone.
And that battery's going to last forever at 21 watts. That was my only complaint about this, is it's non-removable battery. It's a fixed battery inside the mod. But with a little tiny coil like this is going to last a long time.
I've got that. We'll try the MTL all the way open.
And the more I vape this, the more that milk is finally coming through.
Most alone, it's not too bad either.
You know when you make cereal, you make yourself a bowl of cereal, and you put the cereal into the milk, and you start eating it right away? There's some cereals you got to let it sit, like shredded wheat. You leave it sit in that milk a little bit to soften a little, right? But with Fruit Loops you need to eat it as soon as it goes in. So you're getting some of that crunchy aspects of the Fruit Loops where you get just the flavor of the Fruit Loops and the milk isn't saturated in there. They nailed it. Normally when you get a cereal like this, you get the flavor of what Fruit Loops will be sitting like after it's been on your table for 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's all soggy and crunchy.
It's all like milk and just a hint of the Fruit Loops. This is the Fruit Loops' forefront, like you bit into the Fruit Loops, and then you got like this milky mouthfeel later on as the sensation. After the exhale. I love it. I really do. This is not going to go to waste. My wife saw Fruit Loops. She's like, I don't even want to try it. I'm like, I'm glad I tried it today.
Try MTL on 2 holes. Oh, it's lovely. Two holes is lovely for me on MTL. Oh, the flavor's marvelous.
Yeah.
Not good. That's a tight
I can't tell you how many reviewers I've heard say that there's no tank out there that can do mouth to lung and direct lung well.
That's right.
This one did it. The OBS mini tank does that. The Cube mini tank.
That's as tight as any cigarette you want to puff for. You can get. I mean, if you can get down to 1 hole and be tight. I mean, 1 hole. Well, that's really tight. Yeah. Oh, no, that was tight. Bloody hell. Ooh.
You also might want to turn the voltage down if you're going mouth to lung because you're not getting enough airflow to cool that big, massive mesh.
That's what I was thinking.
For me, at 21, it's perfect.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm quite impressed for a little dinky little tent, like.
Thank you. I'm really going to enjoy that.
It doesn't really seem to be hammering the juice either, does it? Little chucker for a little tent. I'm well impressed with that. Like, very cool.
Now the question is, do I slip this to my wife and ask her to try it? I might lose it.
Listen, I'll send you 2.
You did. I can afford to lose this one. Because I still have another one here.
Yeah. I think it's what my wife would like. She can go either way, can't she? Mouth to lung or direct to lung. Very nice.
I didn't get that milk initially when I first started vaping this, but now it's just beautiful.
I'm pleasantly surprised by that. Like, the flavor's absolutely stunning off it. I've got.
You know, for the longest time, I never wanted to try milk vapes because when I first got started vaping with that Atlantis kit, I bought almond milk because I drank a shit ton of almond milk. And I'm like, oh, well, almond milk, I like that. I should try that. And I hated it. It was neither almond nor milk. It was just funk.
Shit.
This meets the name on the tin.
There it is. You're right with that drip tip. It's so comfortable, isn't it? It's just the way it's fucking shaped. So nice.
Now the question is, I want to compare it to the Sigelei Etiny and see what she's like.
Mm.
And this one, I literally had to tape it to the turntable because the plastic on these things is so thick. It just kept wanting to fall over.
Yeah, I think it might give it a run for its money. I got some quite a nice little tent. That I'm quite impressed with that.
And now I'm going to try that same spoonful in a 30.
so good.
Oh,
that's good.
Oh, and that coffee pairs so good with this juice. They just play off of each other now.
I'm well impressed with that. Very impressed.
Thank you, mate. I really appreciate you sending that over.
You know what it is? I've always liked. I mean, I've got another OBS tank. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head, and then that was a good one. It was the one where the coils were underslung, not top.
Oh yeah, I did see some talking conversation about that.
It was the engine, OBS Engine 2. That was it. I'm sure it was. That was a nice tank in this day. It had underslung coils.
I have to be careful with this knife because it's way sharper than my other one. Tamper-proof seal. All right, Sigelei, are you going to have the same funky flavors that you do in your other stuff? Or is this going to be a nice little, oh, is that dainty?
Yeah, that's what it was. It's the OBS Engine 2, that's the one. The coils were underslung, you hung them rather than put them on the top. It was still a good bloody tank.
Warranty center paper. User manual. Etiny 2 tank quick user manual. So we have a 1.3 ohm coil available for 8 to 20 watts, and we have a 0.6 ohm 10 to 35 watts. Best 15 to 30 watts. Bottom coil replacement.
The kit as well.
Let's compare this.
Yeah.
Here's the OBS cube.
That's tiny and all, isn't it?
Talk about tiny.
Jesus.
And you have high, medium, and low power output settings options. Air-fed 510 pin connector.
That's so tiny. Look at the fucking size of that. Jesus. So dinky. No, like I say, no friggin' board like as such with a display, just a simple on, off, high, low, medium.
High, medium, low.
So simple.
All right, let's plug in the charger, see what the battery level is.
Yeah, you're pretty up there.
Yeah. There's a coil. They're both labeled MC. Here's the tank. Size comparison.
It's tall. Christ, what is it? 20 mil. It's tiny.
Don't forget that tank. That coil sits in the middle of that tank. It's going to take a big real estate out of there. Airflow openings. You can see that there's slotted holes, but the outside of it is a slot.
Interesting.
And the holes are on two sides.
.2 ohm coil.
That is definitely not the lung there. And look at the stainless steel screen for spitback prevention.
That's so small. Look at the fucking size of the hole in there, man. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, is it going to get any air up there or what?
10 to 15 watts.
Damn.
1.3 ohms.
Oh, it's...
All right. Let's open up this spoonful.
It's dainty as hell, that, like. I thought this was dainty. Jesus.
Talk about tiny.
Holy moly, man. Jesus. It's very tall, though. I don't know if that's going to be a good or a bad thing.
You can literally watch the coil absorbing that e-liquid up off of there.
It just disappeared, didn't it?
Yeah. And you could tell that that wick has some fluid already in it. So, that's how you fill it.
Little kidney shape, right?
Push that down into there. It's a tight seal on there, let me tell you. There's the airflow adjustment. The OBS is way smoother than this. This is actually pretty tight. But I think once we get a little bit of e-liquid in here,
yeah,
spin that around. That is tight. Oh.
Oh, bit too tight there for that.
There was always a problem with Sigelei stuff. The tip just doesn't want to fit in there. It fits on the slot and it doesn't slide away, but
yeah.
Just a 0.5 millimeter bigger.
Maybe.
Look at that drip tip. Proprietary to this tank.
Yeah, proprietary drip tip. Cool little dainty thing, though.
Sure is. All right, since this is pretty much halfway charged up, this should have no issues firing this tiny little tank. And we'll zoom out and take a look at both of them side by side.
Quite impressed. I'm quite impressed with that little OBS. It's very impressive.
So the height of this is the same height as this without the drip tip. But it is so dainty compared to this mod.
So small.
Sparrow rings. Let's put it on there and you can see the actual.
It's fucking tiny, isn't it? Look at the size of that. Holy moly.
Way tiny.
I bet that fits in the hand already. You could probably wrap your hand around it and hide it. Holy moly.
What vape? I don't have a vape. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, vape. Just took me knuckles. You're all right then. Jesus Christ. That's so small.
Sure is. Mark Sweeney, hello and welcome to the stream. Dusty Country Road. And from earlier, Labworks. Noah Stonehouse, hello and welcome. Stephen, hello and welcome. Dixon Cyberbush, hello and welcome. Sherelle, hello and welcome. Made sure to pronounce your name properly. Sunday Chat Show. Andrew Kaiser, Justin Randoza.
Oh shit! So the chat show that
Randazzo.
Sorry, I missed you, mate.
Victor Altek, William Dobson, and Michelle Elliott. Wonderful to have all of you here today. Put that in my positive vibes bucket. All of those, by the way, are uploaded to the Discord server. Those receipts that are printed here, except they're uploaded to the Discord server in color. So if you have a beautiful, fancy thumbnail, show it off in the Discord server.
Answer your question, Mark. The SX Mini is absolutely awesome, my friend. It's a 21700 on battery in it, and the battery life was nice. Nice little board mod. Love it. SX Mini, yee board. What more can you ask for? You're looking for a single coil RTA in the UK. Ooh, that kind of narrows things down a bit. That kind of narrows things down a bit. Ooh. Single. Good single. Say I'm not really a single coil vapor, so there's a lot of dual coil ones you could single coil. You want the best of both worlds.
You direct along?
Isn't it? Yeah, it's me. You get direct along a mouth along, but the one Alex is in love with, my vapes.
The Blaze Solo.
The Blaze Solo.
The Blaze Solo is amazing flavor.
The Blaze Solo is a good single coil tank.
Not mouth to lung.
Direct along, yeah.
If you want a mouth to lung one, the last one that I did was a single coil mouth to lung rebuildable was the Oxva. I don't even remember what exactly it was called. Solo or... Yes.
Andrew, we welcome everybody, Andrew. So you're getting a shout out, Andrew. You're more than welcome. There you go. Thank you for the shout out.
That's why pleasure. I have the pop-up messages, and that's why I created this whole receipt printer for everybody that chats. I don't want to miss anyone. That was always a big pet peeve of mine when I went to attend live shows and stuff, and I'd be chatting away or whatever. And other than the people that are in chat that I was having conversations with, whoever was streaming never mentioned my name. So I want to make sure that's why it's always here.
Exactly.
Plus, like even when I'm bitching about the news, there's a pop-up message that comes onto the screen with your name and a welcome message from us to you.
Exactly. See, we try to take care of you guys. We do
try to be accommodating.
Sometimes we do get a bit lost in our ways, but we do try to keep up with you fellas and girls, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to make sure I did whenever I became a YouTube streamer or even a Twitch streamer, is to make sure you acknowledge both the men and the women.
Yes.
There are just as many women in the vape community as there are men.
Yes. Yeah, he had to that as well.
So I want to make sure I acknowledge everybody. And that's why even the dad jokes, I try to be cognizant of, you know, putting stuff in from both sexes when it comes to humor.
Yes, we know that one, mate. Anyway, give me a moment. I urgently need the loo. I'll be right back.
And that is the time for us to run our DIY recipe, random recipe bumper. See what we can mix up today. My apologies, I'm still struggling to try and put everything back into the box that it originally came in. So let's see what kind of recipes we can mix up today. What is Sherlock Holmes going to do for us? And I think I'm going to take a try on this. 5 clicks turns the thing on and nice blinky lights. And we're set at low to get started. So it's definitely a mouth to lung device. I can direct lung it, but it is a very tight draw. And that same spoonful flavor comes through in this 30 milligram juice. It's not quite as bright as it is in a direct to lung device, but all the flavor components are still there. Bump it up to medium. We'll go to high. Just as good as any disposable. When did this even come out? What is this actually called? Etiny. Still available for sale. $32.
Ta-da, I'm back. What we got, Sam?
Sigelei Etiny Plus. August 17th, 2019. April 28th, 2018.
18, 19. Ooh. Interesting.
It's just as good as any disposable, mate.
Really good.
Disposables are more flavorful than this.
Oh, without a doubt, because they're concentrated the hell, aren't they?
And it's probably a round wire coil in there. I don't know. As tiny as that thing is?
1.2, I would imagine it'll be round. What was it? 18, 19? The technology will be a round wire.
Yeah.
Got to be.
800 milliamp hour battery in it.
That's cool.
Etiny
Right?
Plus 2 came out in 2019. And they upgraded the battery to a 1200 milliamp hour because 800 probably wasn't enough. But oh, is that a tiny little modern tank? All right, random recipe. What are we making? We did the orange Julius.
Obviously,
and
the
just like it
OBS
says on the tin,
flavor,
that's just right.
So
French
just
vanilla,
add to that.
juicy orange.
So just
Yep.
adding to that, the OBS will be better flavor because it's mesh coil. So it's going to beat it out. But yeah, for GH, sounds like it's a good one.
Yep. And like I said, the only aspect missing from this is just a hint of cooling. If I was making a bigger bottle, I would put in a drop of cooling, just a drop, to give you that hint of cooling.
Ah, right. Was that how the original drink tastes? It's got a bit of that cool in there, yeah?
It's ice cream.
Ice cream. Bad, mate. Beg my bad.
It's essentially an orange milkshake with vanilla added to it and some powdered sugar for sweetness. My mango we mixed up. That one's very good. Here we are, what, a week into it, and the marshmallows come through, and it like when I first vaped it, the sweet guava was way too punchy in there, and there was no cream aspect to it, no marshmallow present in it whatsoever. The mango and the tangerine helps broaden that palate a little bit. I think the recipe is the way it is. I was wrong originally on the shake, trying to, adapt it or adjust it, because it is definitely not a done recipe on the shake. And this is only 1 weekend. What's it going to be like next week when that marshmallow fully blossoms?
Was there no recommended steep times on the recipe? Was there not?
Nope.
No.
But it was a very good recipe.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Oh,
about an 8 out of 10.
Still good, though. Still good in my book.
Watermelon strawberry.
Oh, you can put her up and on.
I know you don't like watermelon.
Yes.
But this will be a great opportunity for me to try that Flavor Art Creme Fraiche. I've never used that Creme Fraiche from Flavor Art.
Ah, oh, well, there you go.
I've tried the strawberry red touch from Flavor Art, and I've used the red summer watermelon. This is all Flavor Art recipe. See how easy it is to find these ingredients.
Give it a go. Want to rock and roll? Want to rock and roll? Diamond Blast. I need to switch my audio because my earpiece is dying.
I wish I would have looked a little bit harder at the list of choices available when I bought that for you.
It's great for the. It's just the battery.
It just doesn't last.
Nah. And I mean, this is the only time I actually use it is on the live stream.
And when I talk, I can hear myself.
Hang on, we move that device. On the headphone. See, I only use it for the stream. It sits pretty much charges the rest of the time. I mean, it's 100% in the box. So. Hey, mate, I'm not knocking it. It's still a good hit. I'm not knocking it.
Now the question is, when I talk, is it going to come back? No. Whatever you did, you fixed it.
I just switched my sound to me headphones. I was switching over, that's why it sounded funny. I was getting one off and put one on. The good old voice with the potato.
I need to get a little tin for these, because I'm sure that's annoying as hell to listen to me rustle this plastic.
Well, it's only for a short time, yeah.
Drop the nipple on the floor, mate.
A long way to drop it, your nipple.
This is if I was an old lady, I'd be dragging on the floor.
Exactly. Well, given another 20 years, your fucking ball sack might be dragging on the floor, so everything droops eventually, doesn't it?
Well, fortunately, it's winter time, and that's not even a possibility.
Opposite direction, it's disappeared.
Is that an innie or an outie?
Yeah. I know that one. Those meals will be able to relate to that.
All right, beautiful little bottle, and essentially we only have 3 ingredients here. We have our creme fraiche, we have the watermelon, which I've used a couple times, and we've got this strawberry red touch. And then obviously we need to have some sweetness.
Super sweet.
Super sweet. You can use Capella, you can use, Purellum, take your pick. Super sweet is super sweet. I prefer the Purellum because it's cheaper. This is $8 for a 120 ml bottle versus $12 for the Capella. Thank you, Purellum. Save a couple bucks.
It's like everything you just paid for a brand name, mate.
Yeah, pretty much. Hot diggity. All right, let's adapt this recipe. I forgot to do that.
How much you making? 30?
10. That's where we're at now.
10.
And it's that simple to adapt the recipe, because I already had my preferences set on what special sauce I use. Secret sauce. Concentration. That's what we have on hand. So I need to draw up 0.6 milliliters. Best thing.
Most it is for making small bottles. The old syringe, like, kind of beat it, can you?
Yep, and it's double checked on the actual scale. So when I put this in here,
you see that, folks, where his medical training come in hand there? You see that? Where he holds it and everything.
Okay, a little creme fraiche. 0.1 grams.
Now.
5 drops. Lovely. Strawberry red touch is 0.4.
So what is it? Is it a fruit, that one, or is it like a sweetie one, or?
Creme fraiche is cream. Fresh cream.
No, the strawberry touche.
Yeah, that's strawberry.
It's a strawberry, yeah. That's cool.
More of a candied strawberry than a fresh strawberry.
That's where I was done. Candy or fresh, that's where I was done.
0.4.
Holy shit. That's an interesting one.
What's that, mate?
But I'm just putting them on the screen now. There you go.
You tell a story this time.
How do we meet? Fuck. Fuck me. Memory. I was watching him. He was watching me.
He quit making videos. I reached out to him and he sent him an email and said, dude, you all right? What's going on?
Yeah, he just sent us an email, just asked if I wanted to come on as a guest. And I went, yeah, not a problem. So I started off as a guest. And then the rest is kind of history. I've been a guest ever since. Pretty much.
Year and a half we've been doing this now? Yeah,
but I think it's one of them situations where you meet someone and you just click. You know, we're kind of got the same thought process and just same interest, same sense of humour. And we've just clicked and carried on, and long may it continue as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? Yeah.
We're both nothing but a bunch of blokes, and we have no problem calling each other a tosser and taking no offense to it. Matter of fact, we both might think it's a compliment, depending on who says it.
Actually, it is, actually.
We just don't care.
Yeah, I just think we've kind of like gelled and we kind of bounce off each other, and we've got our own thoughts and ideas of what's going on in the vaping world. And I mean, I'm not a mixer. It's hard, but Alex here is a mixer, so it's a learning curve all the time for me. It's a bit of education as well for me. So it's broadened my horizons on flavors, because I was just like, I just had tunnel vision. I just like a flavor, which I've converted Alex to slightly, with that being custards. But again, on the other side of the coin, he's enlightened my side of things with flavors as well, and I've tried flavors that I thought I would never ever try. And we just seem to gel very good, and we bounce off each other, and we bounce ideas off each other, and it just works.
How many years do you have between you and your wife?
Me, 19.
I have 21 between me and my wife. That's how well we gel.
Probably, yeah. Like, there's nearly about 20 years, yeah, between us, yeah. I'm the elder, by the way, just in case you ask. Just 20 years younger.
Same here.
Keeps from our toes, mate.
Keeps us young at heart.
Exactly.
Stops us from being just grumpy old men.
Well, I don't know, like, we're still that, like.
All right. Just like that, beautiful concoction's ready to go.
We got the normal.
All we need is 8.8 grams of vegetable glycerin, and our lovely recipe is ready for testing.
I mean, without being too rude, what age group are you? Are you in your 50s?
I was born in 71.
You're a young pup, man.
55. Will be, I should say.
I was born in 66. You might need a calculator to work that one out. Age is just a number, mate. It's how you feel. That's the way I look at it.
And that's what our wives look at it too. She gets questioned all the time about it. And, she's like, she has no qualms about telling people that she's a whole drinking age younger than her husband.
Have you not had any comments made by random people? I took my wife to a car boot sale, right? Like a car, bric-a-brac sale, whatever you call it in America, car boot sale. And we're looking at this thing, and the guy was going on, buy it. Go on, your daughter will love it. So, not your daughter, my wife.
That's my wife.
But I took it in good humour. I thought I was actually creased. I was laughing my head off at it. Wow.
There's 15 years between my mom and dad. At least there was.
I think it's about 10 between mine. Yeah, 10 years. Maybe a bit less.
Make a quick label for it so I don't forget. Joys of Alzheimer's.
Need pretty labels for the shit you've got lined up there. I'm telling you, Jesus Christ. I'd be lost, me. Jesus. I struggle to find bringing sometimes. I struggle to find bringing coils without us. Jesus. I don't label me coils. I'm terrible for coils. When you just get a box of coils and just leave them unlabeled, and you're like, what the hell are they?
Episode 4. Season 3, episode 4.
Holy fuck.
Time really flies.
Does, mate. Time waits for no man, as they say.
Where'd you meet your wife?
Through a friend, really. He was a friend of a friend. Yeah, it was something like that. Went up for a drink and all that shit, and yeah, started going on dates and all that stuff, and here we are, where we are today.
My wife came to the club one night with some friends of hers, and I was DJing. And we hit it off that night.
I did meet my wife before when I was with my ex-wife, because this friend was a friend of me ex's, and we had a horse at the stable, and she brought a horse herself, so we both had horses at the same stable, and she came down one day with a friend. I'd seen her then before, but never thought out of it, but obviously after I split my ex, and I had a couple of months down the line, and she bumped her again, I went, hello you, and then hello, here we are again. Don't regret it, dear, mate. Don't regret it, dear. Brilliant, man. Absolutely awesome. You just put a number.
It sure is.
I think the most awkward part, or the hardest part, was meeting the parents. That was interesting.
Well, it wasn't so much for me because, my dad would passed away whenever I was in high school. When I graduated high school, I was actually started college. But her mom had the philosophy right off the bat that age is just a number.
Yeah. Oh, they were pretty okay. Pretty liberal about it. Her dad was a bit not 100% convinced in the beginning, but like everything it came round, you know what I mean?
The ironic thing about it, though, is there's so many commonalities when you meet the person that I believe you're meant to be with. It's amazing how many commonalities you end up having that you just can't imagine how much easier that makes everything in life, because you can now relate to so many other things. Both my wife and our dad passed away when we were in high school, and that just, you can't explain to anybody what that's like.
True. Touch wood, fortunately, both my parents are still alive. My wife has lost both her parents in a matter of 3 years. That'd be 3 years. Lost her mum 3 years ago to bowel cancer, and her dad died just over a year ago. Ulcer burst. He had a burst ulcer, and he pretty much bled to death. Actually, they couldn't stop bleeding. And she was kind of there when that happened, so that was kind of traumatic for her because she'd seen him when he was like really. So I think it's been a bit harder to grieve for her dad because it was a sudden death rather than like an illness. Like her mum had cancer, so kind of knew what was going to happen. But with her dad, it was very sudden, very traumatic. Yeah, it's only been over a year, just over a year now for her dad. Jesus. It's one of them things, unless it's happened to you, you can't really, do anything or say anything to make it any easier, can you? So.
No, because you're afraid of always saying something that, would hurt their feelings and doesn't really help the situation. And when you can relate to it, then there's certain things that right off the bat.
I don't think it's that. I think because obviously my wife does work in the fuel industry, and there's a lot of like cliches in it. The cliche things you say, because you don't know what to say.
You don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
And then you end up talking about the weather because there's really nothing else that you can feel comfortable bringing up.
This is it. Yeah. You see it. It's not something you've got to go through it to relate to it, I suppose. So.
Now, flavors are very, very strong, so you can't judge it fully on the shake, but you can come back in a couple hours and get a better idea of it. That watermelon is so freaking good.
It's not.
So is that strawberry.
Watermelon.
No, it is not.
It's water. It's water. That's it.
For the sophisticated palate, water isn't just water in a watermelon because there are fruity and sweety and aromatic compounds that are indivisible.
Yada, yada, yada.
From a watermelon.
I cannot get away with it. I'm sorry. I don't think it's the after. I think with watermelon, it's the aftertaste. That's what it is. It's the aftertaste. That's what it is with me. It's one of those things that leaves a bad taste in mouth in my eyes.
All right. See if it works this time. I'm still getting every once in a while, just randomly myself. So I turned on echo cancellation inside a Ninja and see if that fixes the problem.
Are you hearing you, or is it me that's echoing?
Me. Delayed.
Ah. That's odd.
That coil shit. I should have cleaned that coil before I wicked it.
Lazy, but my missus is 3 months older and she's a bully. Oh, I love it. They all are, mate. Three-month-old bully. That's so good. They're all our mate. They all get the way.
Duh. Creme fraiche. I'm not going to taste creme fraiche today. Why am I even tasting this?
Oh God, that's creme fraiche. No, that's going to take a
I'm
while
like,
to come in.
it's just a watery watermelon with a hint of strawberry, and that's it. And it's like not very enjoyable.
See,
Can you make a watermelon strawberry? Sure, just got to punch the sweetness up to 1% instead of half. But like I learned last week with that orange Julius and that marshmallow, come back in a week, that's gonna be completely different flavor. So that's what I'm doing. I've got the drip tip, it already has it on there. I'm gonna set it off to the side and revisit that, and we'll come back and evaluate that again next week.
Awesome, my friend. Let's see, some of them are steepers. You kind of expect with some You won't need a bit of steep time. Slow it down. I'm loving this little OBS thing. Like, it's really nice.
That's what I had to go reach for. It's a little cloud chucker.
Isn't it? For what it is. Holy moly, man. Well impressed with that.
Oh, the freaking juice. I never thought I would like a Fruit Loops flavor.
Really? Is that
I definitely have to do a review on these juices. It'll be the first juice review on this channel.
Definitely, mate. Honestly.
I was hesitant about it when they sent it to me, and I'm like, oh, well. And I tried it, and it's just like, wow, is that beautiful? I'm like, the rest of them can't be that good. And then I saved the cereal for last because I was like, oh, I'm not going to like the last one.
Yeah.
If anything, it'll, keep my review even more real. But I truly love this Fruit Loops.
You know the thing? Like, commercial juices are getting better and better. For whatever reason, they are getting better and better.
The flavorings that are coming out are getting way more realistic as well. I just had this latest batch. When I sent you the cinnamon Danish swirl, what did that taste like?
Oh, cinnamon Danish swirl, it's beautiful.
Oh, fuck, the cinnamon Danish swirl! Like a freaking cupcake of cinnamon Danish with icing on top.
It's in here.
When I first ordered my Liquid Barn cinnamon, I put that in there and I'm like, oh, yuck, it tastes like a burnt cinnamon roll. There's no amount of sweetness that's going to make this taste good.
Trust us, it's fucking beautiful.
But this latest Wonder flavor that came out, and I've got 2 of the cinnamon Danish flavors. Holy crap, is that good? That's the V1 and the V2.
They're both just as good, yeah?
I don't know. I don't think I've done the V2 yet. Next time I make a batch, I'll have to do it. But I got to order more sticky bun because I ordered the sample pack in their little 10 ml bottles.
Ah,
it's
right,
empty.
Yeah. Sorry. Wow.
I made the last of it for you. As a matter of fact, there wasn't enough in here to give it to the actual flavor.
Still nice.
It's still fantastic.
Oh, so.
But this sticky bun gives you a sticky bun mouthfeel.
Yeah.
And if you don't put sugar in there, it's not right. But once you add the sugar, the combination of this and the other ingredients in that recipe, bang on, like a cinnamon bun.
The cinnamon in it is absolutely bang on. It's got that like a bit of a creaminess to it as well. It's really nice, honestly. Really.
That's the vanilla frosting in that recipe.
Oh, it's
when I first got started mixing the recipes, I'm like, okay, most of these ones don't actually end up tasting. When I single flavor test them, they don't actually taste like the name on the tin. They resemble that. Now these new ones that came out for Wonder flavor, they are exactly like they are. You could shake and vape a single flavor of that by itself if you're happy with frosting or you're happy with cinnamon swirl. But when you start blending those together, it's just like blending them together in your kitchen.
I'm saying, I mean, there's still a lot of commercial liquids out there that's not great, but some of the newer ones that's coming out are like getting really, really good now. Really, really good.
And I can't get over on a mouth to lung device like this how flavorful it really is.
I'm buzzing out with that. It's really nice. Really enjoying that. Very nice. Very nice. Pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a mouth to lung vapor. If you want to look at mouth to lung rebuildable tanks and stuff, go watch Phil Basardo's videos. He's one of the few mouth to lung reviewers out there, because that's what he does during the day when he's not reviewing.
I don't mind the odd one, but it's not something I would like go to. It's not a go-to thing. I mean, I've got mouth to lung tanks that just sit there gathering dust. Very rarely use them now.
And then you have some old technology. This is what, Kangertech Pro Tank 2? No, not 65 watts.
Oh no, hell no. The Kangatech X Pro 2. Really nice, man. 15.9.
That's why Kangaroo Tech got so popular. Because their shit works and it doesn't leak. It's been sitting here for what, a month now? It has a beautiful coffee liquid in there.
That's where I started on a Kangatech. It was a pen kit, Kangatech pen kit. My first device was I ever bought.
If I would have bought a Kangaroo Tech instead of that Atlantis kit, I probably would have quit the first time.
The only thing with the Kangatech, right, is when the guy sold us it, right, he sold us this pear juice because he says, "What's your pro?" Like, he says, "What flavors do you like?" I said, "Well, I like fruits." That's it. The time I was like fruits. He gave us this pear one, and it was fucking disgusting. I think that really did put us off it for a while. It was very harsh and chemically. You know, it was vile. It was like, oh, honestly, I was on my hands and knees coughing my lungs up. I was just, fuck that, I'll stick the cigarettes, you know. And the first time I kept the device, but then like the wife says, "Nah, why don't you try a different juice?" And that's when I found that Purple Rain. So I was like, try that. It was like a blackberry or cherry or something like that with a bit of mint on it. And my God, what a difference! And I went, "Oh, I like that." And that's what I quit on, Purple Rain.
I'm kicking myself in the ass for not putting that Purple Rain in your box I sent over. I could have squeezed that in there. It would have fit.
That's what I actually quit on many moons ago, Purple Rain. Wow.
But this one was a grape. Yours is a blackberry.
Yeah. I was vaping that by the bucket. Every time I bought, I used to go to the shop, I used to buy out this whole stock of that. Literally, there was only me. He says, "There's only me and another regular who liked it." And I was competing with that regular. I said, "When's he coming in? When's he coming in?" I said, "Well, I'm going to have that one."
That's why you sang every time you walked into the shop for a refill.
Yeah. I says, "Get in there." He literally ordered them just for us, me and this other guy who we were the only people that bought it. We bought it by the bucket load. We made him some money, I'll tell you, buying that stuff. We bought every bottle he had. Every bottle. 120 mils of it every time. I used to buy 3 bottles at a time, man. Easy. He used to do as a deal. Say it was cheap as chips because I got an arm very well. He used to do his little deal. He used to go, "You can have 3 for 20. So I used to get 3 bottles of juice for 20 quid. I'll take that. That was including secret sauce as well. He used to order it especially for us two. We're the only two in the area that used it. I used to go through that by the bucket.
I got a problem here, mate.
Okay.
I'm starting to plow through this juice. I really like it that much.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Freaking Fruit Loops!
I'm on my second tank with this now, actually, with the fucking Danish muffins 12.
Fried banana split, clementine, and now
Just
Spoonful.
Just had that guy, you know, do you chain vape? Yes, when you get damn good flavour. You chain vape, just because of the flavour. It's got nothing to do with the secret sauce, it's just the fucking flavour.
Exactly, because that's 3 milligram. My normal one that I do when I mix up stuff is 6. Help with the Alzheimer's and the dementia, and you know, when you feel that forgetful feeling and whatever. I don't have that anymore since I went back to 6.
Notice I've tried open mind to 6 before and I can't do it. I'm just
your body, that's the thing. We watched that video earlier. She's like, "Oh, you get more addicted if you have it available to you." No, that's not how it works. Your body will titrate your nicotine to match your needs that your body craves and uses it for.
I think I tried up to 6 for my morning vape because obviously I find when I'm vaping in the morning I'm chaining. So I thought, well, if I up my sauce, I might change so much, but it was too much. was easier just to chain it rather than have a 6.
But you also prefer salts over freebase.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah.
You know, I prefer freebase over salts.
Yeah. I did start on freebase. Christ, I've been there, I've done it, you know, but when I switched to salts, I just thought it was so much smoother.
For me, a freebase, it takes hold faster, and I recognize that I've had enough a lot sooner. With salts, you know, I'll vape it and vape it and vape it and vape it, and then eventually I'll get to the point where it's like, oh, I think I've had enough.
It's kind of like what I had to drink last week when it was a fizzy alcoholic drink, and salts are kind of the same. You like that? Yeah, it's it, and then all of a sudden it hits. You're like, hey!
Ooh, I've had enough.
Yeah, but that's what I like about them. You know what I mean? Really, just that stealth moment. You know what I mean? You don't expect it.
And the thing is, like, I've talked about this before too. Like when I go camping for the weekend, you know, I'll take a bunch of different things with me, and I'll take, you know, spare cotton and stuff so I can rewake something if I needed to, because I enjoy the aspect of cleaning and the coil out, brushing it clean, dry burning it, cleaning it off with a toothbrush, and putting new wick in. I really enjoy that time that I do that. You know, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, when I used to take care of my Zippos, you know, I'd get a little rubbing wool and, you know, make it nice and shiny and clean. But when I go camping, I hardly vape at all. When I'm sitting around the campfire drinking, I mean, we talked about that whenever it was fall time and it was time to rake the leaves in the campsite, clean everything up. I just kept on raking and working and doing stuff, and the wife's like, sit down and take a break. I'm like, why? Oh, take a vape break. I'm like, oh, okay. I sit down and take a vape break, and then all of a sudden my muscles are like, you're an old fart. What the hell are you doing? All this physical activity? Are you nuts? I had no desire to vape.
I know, but I think, like I say, when you're busy, you're preoccupied anyway. You don't even think about it, do you? You know what I mean?
Listen, when I was smoking, you could reset your clock by me wanting to take a break every 20 minutes.
I think when I was busy, I was occupied doing something. I mean, for example, if I was working in a car, when I had that mindset when I started the job, I wanted to finish the job. I didn't want to walk away from it halfway through. I wouldn't even have a break for a cigarette. I would just be concentrate on that. And believe it or not, it didn't bother us until afterwards. Then you finish, you think, yep, now it's time.
Now it's time to take an actual long break.
And then
last time I changed the brakes on the truck, I changed the ones, got all completely done on the one side, and then I'm like, okay, let me have a little toot of my vape. I took a couple toots of it, and I'm like, okay, let's get the other side done. Wrap this up. Just calling for rain this evening.
Get it done. I mean, you would tell like I say when I used to do a little bit of hydro dipping. And obviously there's drying time. So between the drying times, I was just sitting there, just chilling away now. As well as inhaling the fumes of the paints and all that shit, you know. I miss doing that. I used to love doing that. Hydro dipping was great. Just a tank. You've got to have somewhere to have a tank. I've got nowhere now, so that's why I kind of give it up.
For me, it's electronics. Building computers, electronics, you know, working on old arcade monitors, old CRTs, you know, recapping the board. That was my favorite thing to do to make money on the side, at side jobs, was recapping old monitors. You know, I get called in for these arcade machines, and I'd pull the monitor out, bring the board home, pull the board out of the chassis, and I'm like, okay, let me order a cap kit for this. You just sit there desoldering all these capacitors and solder all the new ones in. Fire it back up, adjust the voltage.
I think with me, I think as the older I get, the lack of patience I've got, I think that's the thing with me. I just can't be. I mean, even DIY in your car now, those jobs that I would have done years ago with a drop of a hat, and now I'm thinking, fuck the garage. I don't need the shit.
I know the feeling, mate. I put a new head gasket in the van 3 times. Because that's the one thing you could count on that V6. Every 60,000 miles, you had to replace the head gasket because it would start leaking. I have no qualms about tearing into the motor, pulling it down, clean, buffing off, putting new head gaskets on, putting it all back together. Not anymore. No way. Would not do that job now.
Fuck that. I mean, I was a machinist. I mean, that would be fair. I was a CNC turner. And many times I used to have head gaskets in on gubby jobs. Here, we'll have the mill machine here. Take a couple of thou off that, will you? It's fucking waft. You know what I mean? Fucking thought, no. Hot and polish heads and everything at work. We'll open up the valves, put a bigger set of valves in, re-ground them, re-angle them, everything on the machines. Reboard blocks from the honing machine. There are loads of shit like that with gubby jobs and engineering. Couldn't be fucked on with it now. No. Nah. Still fascinates us. I mean, you know, like turning machine and metal, it's still a big fascination that I have, but I couldn't do it. I could probably do it more as a hobby now rather than as a job. That's probably where I would be at with it now if I ever done anything. I would love to make my own mech mods or something on a lathe. That would be cool. I would do something like that. Lathe the machine, make your own mech mod. Brilliant.
I missed the messages in chat. Mallory says she misses her OBS engine.
Oh, it's a cracking tank. It was a bitch to build on, man. Because that's you've got your screws here where you mount them, but the coil's mounted underneath. So you had to literally hold them while you're trying to. Oh, it was once you got it done, like my God, what the flavour was amazing.
That's what I wish I would have done is the drop. Everybody was complaining. I'm like, oh, the drop, no real flavor. Well, turn it down halfway. But I love how easy it is to drop a new set of coils in here. You know, you drop them through, tighten it up, bend it over, you're done.
Yeah, it's kind of with most RTAs, they're very easy to build on. You know what I mean? Just especially with the fucking postless decks in them. You know what I mean? It's just drop in, job done, isn't it? Just positioning, really, if anything. That's how you've got to think was where you're going to position it. You know what I mean? Generally building a piece of piss, but some of the bringing tanks, Jesus Christ, some of them were right pain to fucking build on, weren't they? Jesus.
And that Bushido V3, I totally love the flavor I get on it. But boy, is that a pain to wick up. Because the coil sits so low in that deck, it's like you got to really get a nice, smooth bore to pull that cotton through.
I think I've got that. Like, I think I've kind of mastered that. Like, re-wick that and like that. No, piece of cake. Love it. The only thing I sometimes do with wicking is sometimes I over-wick. I feel like I can just spray it and tug it, but obviously you've got these thick ends on. You're like, no, that's not right.
Yeah. Finding the right tension, that takes some time to learn how to do. And you can only do that through personal experience of actually trying to put the wick in and then experience what that tastes like and go, oh, the wicking was too tight. Let me do it again. Yeah. Oh, now the wicking's too loose. Finding that exact right amount of tension. And you could generally guide by when you're pulling it through, if it's moving the coil a little bit but not separating it, you're there. Yeah. You're in the ballpark.
It's just a slight bit of movement on the coil. You're just somewhere near, aren't you? Obviously, when you pull the coil through and you're ripping the coil over that way, then no, that's not right.
Even our weather's the same now. You see that?
Yeah, we're expecting another friggin' massive rain.
Same here.
Type of thing. I think it's some Swedish name they've called the fully name. I think it's Norway that's given the name this time. Ida or something it's called. Another fucking storm. Just rain. Just pissing down with rain. I was at work yesterday, right, and it pissed down all day. I was fucking soaked. I mean, honestly, I had a fucking waterproof on, everything. Didn't make a blades of difference. I was soaking, freezing, shivering. I was like, fuck's sake. So it was so depressing. A horrible, depressing Monday. absolutely awful. The weather was shit. Just pissed down from morning till night. Awful.
I had a snicker when you told me that, you got the job at Amazon doing the deliveries and stuff. I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that'll be nice in the summertime when the weather's nice, but it would suck donkey balls in the wintertime or when it's raining.
Yeah, but like I say, our winters are getting much milder. So, I mean, we've got that kind of blessing. Like, I mean, I remember years ago, you used to have 6 foot of snow. It was -6 frost-wise, you know what I mean? But our winters are getting warmer now. It's just all rain. Very rare we don't get much snow. Even if we do, it only lasts. It sits for a couple of days and it's gone. You know what I mean? Climate's
Yeah, I
so
used to
much
deliver
warmer.
newspapers, so I know exactly what it was like.
Oh, I don't
when I was growing up.
I remember when I was a cow, I used to have a milk brown. I used to deliver milk as well, man. Great, that one. Bottled milk in crates. Oh, them were the days, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was always one of those weird ones. Like, I would get up in the morning early to shovel snow. I used to love shoveling snow when I was younger. And now,
No, it's just no. The thing is, look, now it makes me laugh, right? As far as my piss, right? It's like, well, we've had a snowfall, right? You've got all these gay people out clearing the paths and all that. And they're going, by the way, it's going to snow again. I'll be fine. Next day, bush is back to fucking sweat. Oh, you've just done that with jack shit, man. Wait a couple of days, man, before you do that shit. You know what I mean?
yeah, before COVID, man, I would take the easy solution. I would have a 5-gallon bucket of salt, the good salt, right? And I would just sprinkle that out there and let the salt do the work.
Yeah, man. Or grit, whatever we got.
Yeah, no shoveling. Just spray the salt out.
Yeah.
Come back a couple hours later. Is it enough? No, put a little more down.
Even like somebody, like you say, in the old days, you walk, it was like a sheet ice. We'd actually just get some normal table salt and just scatter a bit of that and it would go, you know, the way it would go. You know, just normal table salt does it, but obviously not to the extent in grit, like, but you know, you could get down your path with it.
Now you just don't get any more snow. You know, and then when you do, it's gone in 2 days anyway.
Yeah, it's just pissing down all the time. It's just wet, 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 wet.
I was surprised. We actually had kids show up, wanted to shovel the snow, you know, for a couple bucks or whatever. And well, last year, year before, you know, I paid some kids to go do that just simply because we had the extra cash laying around. But things have gotten so tight, it's like, no, I'm not worrying about it. It's going to melt tomorrow. Why am I going to pay you to clean it today?
As kids, I remember we used to do that. Knock on the door. Was you got your path clean, mate? Aye. We used to do that to earn money, pocket money.
Yep.
Used to do also. Look, we used to offer loads of log jobs. Used to do gardens. You know, when you garden weed, nah, no bother. I'll be a fiver. Fuck off. There's a quid.
Nah, man, I hate weeding the garden. I did that plenty of times when I was growing up as a kid. And the thing is, we had an acre of garden.
Acre? Whoa.
Yeah, we had an acre and a half of ground, and an acre of it was all garden. My dad had plum trees and apple trees and pear trees, and we had rows of potatoes, rows of corn, and then peppers and onions, and you name it, we had it. Squash, pumpkins, cucumbers, sweet peas, green beans.
Yeah,
that was our chore, having to go out and weed it.
Yeah. I've never really been a gardener. I like gardens, but I've never been a gardener practically. Never really been a green-fingered person, so to speak. Quick tidy up, that's about as far as I used to like cutting grass. I used to love mowing the lawn.
Oh, I still do that. I still love doing that. When we go to visit my mom, first question that she is, can you go cut my grass? Sure.
Yeah.
She got a riding mower, you get on that thing and just sit there. And
yeah, I used to love cutting the grass. I love it. It's like that. I just like the smell of cut grass. I used to love the smell of it. Absolutely lush. Unless you've got hay fever, of course, that doesn't help, right? But I never suffered from that.
I do. I've always had allergies my whole life. I was pretty good about taking the allergy pill every single day. And then once in a blue moon, I'd still have, you know, some nasal drippage or whatever. But they pretty much put it off to the side. And then I got tired of it. It's just like, why am I taking this pill every day?
Yeah.
And that's another benefit of me going back on the Nick is since I do that, it's far and few in between when my allergies get really bad that I got to take a pill.
This is it. There's benefits of nicotine on its own without it being in fucking stuck in a fucking cigarette full of fucking other shit, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
And it's gotten to the point now where on Twitter, I actually have to put it on there so often that I've actually created a link on my browser so that I can go to it. The therapeutic benefits of nicotine consumption.
Exactly.
Acne, ADHD, attention deficit disorder, and, you know,
it's a similar
other attention-related things.
It's a similar thing to cannabis, wasn't it? It was always illegal. It was always taboo. It was a drug that led to this or a drug that led to that. And then you've seen the medicinal properties of it. And now look at it. You know, it's legalized in states over in America. So, you know what I mean? It's a similar story, isn't it?
Yeah. Except, you know, cannabis research has been banned. If they finally legalize it on a federal scale, then the research floodgates are going to open up, and God knows how many things they're going to find it actually solves for people. It isn't just combat vets with PTSD that take it to, you know, finally come back to reality.
You can blame your big pharma for that, because at the end of the day, if cannabis can cure this, or alleviate this, or alleviate that, it's so cheap to produce. That would be a big dent in big pharma.
Oh, yeah.
Massive. That's
I hate to say it, you know, the corporations fight a tooth and nail all they want. The truth is getting out there, and people are doing what they need to do to take care of themselves. So we don't need big pharma and big healthcare to manage our problems for us.
Not for like general thing, like, you know, for self-health and
accident and emergency, you're always going to need medicine. Because you can never predict what's going to happen to you, and, you know, you're going to need trauma care. But
I know, well, I used to know a guy work with, and he was all into herbal remedies anyway. He very rarely took any kind of pharmaceutical medication. He always found a herbal remedy for it. He was one of these like spiritual guru guys, but he wasn't weird or not. He was a lovely fella, but he always looked for like more of a natural, say, medicine or relief rather than a prescribed one, you know. And honestly, he was fit as a lot, absolutely fit as a lot. Hardly ever had a cold, was hardly ever ill. Always had colour in his cheeks. He wasn't getting white and pasty and out like that. Honestly, he was quite a clever guy. He used to do don't know what they call it. There's a name for it. Live off the land type of thing. You could go out and pick whatever he needed, but save. No, you could pick mushrooms, for example, and know what mushrooms you cannot eat. He was kind of that shite. He used to eat
survivalist mentality.
Yeah, he was mint. He used to make all sorts of weird shit. Like, you gotta try that. Fuck off. That's horrible. He used to love that shit. Says, I'm not eating dandelion soup and all that shit. Well, fucking dandelions. I'm not eating that, you damn rock. It's a fucking flower. No, honestly, it's good for you. No, you can keep it.
Hey, mate, I got some bad news for you.
Oh, no. Not bad news.
We're coming on the 5-hour mark again.
Really? That's not bad news. Good news.
Sorry, mate, but I'm going to have to cut it off exactly 5 hours today because I'm getting ready to go see that musical with my wife.
I only expect us to be doing a 3-hour show, to be honest with you, because I thought you wanted to be away, but 5 hours is a bonus, mate. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that,
It's been another wonderful day. We covered lots of news and advocacy, did a random recipe. We got 2 retro vapes in. I'm loving this OBS Mini.
Really good, isn't it? I'm quite enjoying that. I was pleasantly surprised by that. Love it.
Cube Mini, I'm going to have to fill this thing back up again. Where's the mark? There's the mark. Slide it open.
That's the only downside. It's only a 2 mil capacity, unfortunately. I don't know. It seems to be lasting all right.
Listen, that's all it takes to fill it. It's just fantastic. The 2 mil is not that big of a deal. The only reason it's a big deal is because of your freaking disposables. Imagine how little the problem would be, environmental hazards, if you guys were allowed to have these big 10,000 puff tanks. So instead of buying one every single day, you buy one to last you at least a week. Problem solved.
Put a highlight that. Put a highlight that one. There you go.
Well, if you look at the clock, you actually got your full 5 hours worth of content, Mallory.
Oh, I love these guys in chat. They're awesome. Absolutely love it. Love it.
I love having you guys show up here every week. Anytime you guys want something to talk about or you want to drop in and, have your own dad jokes featured on the show, please feel free to do so. It's posted on the Facebook page every week, or you can, tag me in Twitter and I'll grab it and add it to the collection. There was a couple last week that I didn't get a chance to grab that I'll have for next week.
Also, don't forget the Discord. The Discord is there for you to get involved with. Post your posts, leave your stuff, all that stuff. Brilliant. Get up there.
24 hours from now, I will put all the time stamps into the actual description, and I'll add a link to the Discord server. And just for simplicity's sake, I have that expire every 7 days. So check the latest video in the description, and you can grab the link to the Discord server, join that, have a conversation there. You ever have any questions, or you want to know where I get certain things, I can't put that on YouTube, but I can put it in the Discord server. We can have conversations anytime you want.
Not a problem. Yeah. Thank you, people. Love it. I love it, man. Look forward to it, honestly. Brilliant, man. Just a bit of
So don't forget to hit the like button before you guys take off for today. Want to appreciate all you guys being here. And my wish is always to you is peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. Hope you all have a fantastic day, and catch you next week.
Just reiterating on what Hunky said. Thank you to everybody who joins in chat. As always, you do make the show. Obviously, any UK viewers, you have seen what we're covered in the news. I think it's time we start to get the advocacy ball rolling. So, do your bit. Start getting on your MPs and all your local authorities and all that like that. Let's make your voice known. Ban disposable, but hope they don't move on to anything else. That's what we've got to keep an eye out for. Obviously, we've got Bogan coming to move in the UK, so I hope he's not a bloody jinx and he gets everything banned out here as we'll chase him back to Australia. But anyway, again, as always, thank you for joining us, people. Thanks for Alex and Gabe having me on. And as always, guys, we will see you same time, same place next week. And as always, you all stay safe, vape safe. And we'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Was it all just a dream, just all in my head? Floating rivers upstream, the things that you said. Tell me and be honest. Tell me, did you know that you would believe in me just like the winter snow? Tell me and be honest. Tell me, should I've known that you'd believe in me? So painfully quiet and slow. I try my best to move on.